Should be live on YouTube. Awesome. Oh, it reminds me, I wanted to get... You know, I'll do it later. I'll do that later. Okay. There was a video I wanted to check out, actually, from XP to level 3 that ties into what I want to talk about today.
What the f***?
Which I think would be on point here. What is happening, Ingy? How's it going? Welcome in. How are you today? An absolute mare trying to set up the stream. I was like unsure if I was gonna stream or not. And I kind of forced myself to. And then I couldn't get my camera to work. I don't know what was wrong with it. I unplugged everything from my computer, plugged it all back in again, tried it. Didn't work. Switched things out, messed around with my other webcam, which is still not working. Wait, hold on. Yeah, I don't... there we go. That's my other webcam, which I've been trying to get set up for a while, because this one won't overheat. My main camera overheats. This guy will overheat as it gets hotter in this room. Yeah. What's up, Geeky? How's it going, Piker? But yeah, apart from that, I'm good. Yeah, just like a little bit of technical difficulties. But I think I'm always going to have them. The weather, much nicer today, I have to say. I've had a very productive day. I filmed, I made a short that I threw up. I did some writing. And this live stream, I want to use in my next video. So, kind of doing a little bit of everything today. But if I seem all over the place, I mean, I normally am, but more so than usual, it's because of that. It's because of the technical issues stressing me out. Okay, so I want to start by watching this awful takes about Daggerheart from XP's level 3, because I think it'll be an interesting watch. I watched like the first minute of it and I was like, I should watch this on stream. So yeah, it's making an animated show based off the video game Dispatch. Is that confirmed? Hold. Because I know that was the rumor. According to character sheet? Okay, let's watch that first.
What the f***?
Like their YouTube channel?
Critical.
Right, okay. Here's... If this is hearsay, let me show you the The thumbnail is down here. Dispatch Critical Role's new show. Now, I did a video or a live stream talking about this like 2 weeks ago, where they kind of talk about, there's rumors floating around. Travis kind of like hints at the fact that they could make a TV show about it. And I said they should. I think it's a really good idea if they do. But let's watch it and see exactly where they got the
Roll is
information
working
from.
on a new animated series, and it's not the Mighty Nine or even Bell's Hells.
Now you have my attention.
Before we talk about the latest Critical Role animated series heading our way, buried in Critical Role's announcement that Ad Hoc Studios, the dev team behind the highly anticipated Dispatch video game, would be handling the Critical Role video game, was a little tidbit that Critical Role would also be working on an animated series based around the Dispatch game. That's right, for the first time ever.
Oh. In addition to the Exandria set game, Critical Role is partnering with Ad Hoc Studio on the highly anticipated video game Dispatch, which will include future brand development inclusive of an animated series, merchandise, and tabletop gaming. Oh yeah, I guess inclusive of
An
is...
animated series based around the Dispatch game. That's right, for the first time ever, Critical Role is taking a crack at adapting someone else's
I
work
missed that
for
when I read it.
animation. So just what can critters expect from the Dispatch animated
Number one, the
series?
level's done as
And
well.
what is
Well, we'll
the
get to that.
video game and the Dispatch universe all about? Let's break down everything we know about the game that will be turned into Critical Role's newest animated series. Dispatch is basically a workplace dramedy with some action elements set in a world very much like the MCU or Invincibles universe, where
It's high school. It's My Hero Academia meets Invincible. Is exactly what
aliens
it
and
is.
superpowered beings have become an everyday part of life. But the story itself revolves around one man, a former superhero known as Mecha Man,
I played the demo of this game, and the cutscenes and the characters are really awesome.
who may seem like an Iron Man stand-in, but is actually closer to that what-if version of Captain America that pilots the mech suit Tony Stark built. Because whereas Iron Man is a brilliant inventor, Robert Robertson, aka Mecha Man, has one huge problem. His dad, now deceased, was a brilliant inventor, and his super suit was just destroyed. And apparently, not having the know-how to fix it, he's become a former superhero working for the SDN, the Superhero Dispatch Company that acts as a workplace that is the main setting for the story, who are offering to eventually repair his suit for him to get him on
Yeah,
board. Basically
it's-
with his...
Yeah, I played the game. It's cool. Critical will make a phenomenal animated series of this. I can't believe I missed this. I was reading, unless this is a new article that came out, because I thought I read it and I was like, it sounds like they're hinting at it, but it will. Partnering on a highly video game Dispatch, which will include future brand development, including animated series, motion. Yeah, that's crazy. That'll be great. That'll be really good for Critical Role's outreach. Oh, so I gave into my crippling addiction to create new characters that you'll never play today, and only spending 4 hours making character, I realized I remade Ford from CR Campaign 2. Hey, there are only 12, heroes. There are only 12 stories ever told. No, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I did miss that, but that is, yeah, that's cool. That will be I just know that will be a good animated show. It just will be. 3 of them are audio voices in the game, yeah. Yeah, but I wonder if that means Moist Critical, who's also a voice in the game, is going to be in the animated series as well. Have you guys played it? Have you guys tried the demo? It's free on Steam. It's well worth it. It's maybe 40 minutes long, and it's... I think if you like Critical Role, or certainly Vox Machina and stuff, you can totally see why they teamed up with them. There's a lot of similarities between the styles. But yeah, today we are going to be... Look, I am a huge fan of Daggerheart. We know this, I'm a fanboy. But there are some things that irk me. And as much as I love it, no game is perfect. And I don't want to be the type of fanboy that just like sweeps them under the rug and doesn't talk about them. A lot of them are minor things though. So yeah, today we're going to talk about what we don't like about Daggerheart, and hopefully I don't get cancelled by the fan base.
It's series based
But
around
yeah,
the
I
dispatch game.
do want to watch. Oh no! Hold on. I need this stream for a video, and it just told me that I'm out of space for the recording, so I need to go and delete. Make some room. Dispatch downloaded. Piker, I really enjoyed it. I think you will too. Let me just move some files over. Yeah, send them over there. Get off my hard drive. You'd love to switch to Daggerheart as a DM, but your players don't want to change systems. Politics, eh? Yeah. I'd say, force them. Stop DMing, but obviously, I know it's not that easy. It never is. Alright. Well, that transfers over. I can start recording. Yeah, I'm working on a video right now that is talking about like Daggerheart's best bits, the best things in Daggerheart. And one of them I want to deep dive into, which I think is environments. I think environments are the... By the way, is my music way too loud? Nah, it should be good. Yeah, I love environments, and I want to make my own today. And I want to record the process. And you guys can help me, if you will, actually. In the homebrew section of the Daggerheart website, they released that homebrew guide. It tells you exactly how to make them. I've not fully looked at it yet, so I think it'd be a fun exercise. I guess at end of campaign before changing system. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I did. And you can go out with a bang. You're only 3 sessions in when you propose to change. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if they are enjoying the characters they're playing right now, and it might feel a bit weird. But what you should do, and I think it's fine, is ask to run a one-shot. Like, take a break from your current campaign for 1 week and run 1 session of Daggerheart. They should be cool with that, and then if they like it, you can switch to it full time. Alright, so, yeah, let's watch this XP's level 3 video.
What the This is enormous. We're not getting into this.
Just like my
Whoa, dude. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but a lot of people have a lot of really terrible, awful opinions about Daggerheart, and
I think this is true as well. I've had people come into my chat, like, where I'm doing streams talking about Daggerheart, and it's kind of just like, I saw one, what did I see recently? I was like, the hype around Daggerheart is so dumb. Once people realize it's a bad system, it will just die. And it's just like, people are like, the system's broken, the system doesn't work, it's not fun. And it just reminds me of that meme of like someone coming in, like someone's playing a video game, and these other people come into the room and are like, oh, this is so bad, right? You're not having fun, right? And then the guy just continues to have fun, and they're like, stop having fun! It's like, you can't tell people it's a bad system when they're playing it and enjoying it. It's obviously got a target audience that is reaching who like it, you know? I don't know what the hatred for Daggerheart is entirely, because it definitely exists. I think it's just, I think there's a lot of hate in our hobby in general, Like people hated D&D, they still hate D&D, and now Daggerheart's come out, and they just people have very hate forward until they're like proven wrong, so they just presume it's bad or like presume that it's like ill intent. But also, I think there's a fanboyness to it, which I understand. People enjoy being like, my game's better than your game. I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. I think it's probably healthy, to be honest, for both systems, like D&D and Daggerheart, to have that kind of rivalry a little bit. But it's very funny when people are just like, it's not that, oh, I prefer my system. It's like, your system's bad. That I can't get on board with.
Here to set the record straight with my sister, Emma. Hi.
Hi.
Emma.
Can't believe how much they look alike.
So, if you guys don't know, Daggerheart, Critical Role, they made a system. Well, Darrington Press made it. And I feel like there's a lot of
Critical
weird,
Role
crazy
also
opinions out there online,
has a
but
lot
as
of
two
hate as
people
well,
who
and
have
I
played
think it's
Daggerheart
bleeding
before,
through. I think you're right,
I think
Rob
we need
Stopper.
to breach Reddit here.
Well, still
from a
Luminox.
little bit of the side of, I don't know, normalcy. You're looking at pure normalcy right now.
Yeah.
The general subreddit of RPGs, TTRPGs, have been really negative towards Daggerheart. It's probably cool to hate the newcomer. I think there's also a level of, it's so hard to break out in this space. Like, it's so hard. Even Critical Role have failed in the past. Arguably failed, but they've not reached the same level of success with like Candela Obscura. So it's so hard, and everyone wants their little guys to succeed. And then I think Daggerheart probably feels like it's just come through effortlessly, and it's like unfair. I think that might be the vibe, or that Critical Role's so big at this point that like it's not the underdog, and people want an underdog to win. But it is very funny. There were so many people in my comment sections who were so wanting D&D to like fall and not be a monopoly anymore. Like, so many people wanted it to fail at one point. And I had them all in my comment section whenever I made a D&D video. And now I swear it's the same people who are talking about Daggerheart failing, and they say they love D&D now. And it's just like, I don't know, people are just, they want to be contrarian. Daggerheart is a good system for what it does. There are parts of it that will not be for everyone. Yeah, true. True, and that's fair. People have just have hate bonus for successful people, and they're just assholes, really. Yeah. Rogue, yeah, get over to Twitch. And Daggerheart's pretty noob friendly. I bet that most of the Daggerheart players come from D&D. Yeah, I think so. Split screen, same person. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
That's what we are.
Yep.
Big normies.
I paused. Okay.
No, but before we do that, I want to give big...
Candela, horror is a very small niche type. Yeah. Oh, that's another thing that I dislike about Daggerheart. This is a cheeky one, but I think it's important to talk about, actually. Let me just note this down. Yeah.
Shout out to today's sponsor. This video is sponsored by Factor. If you want to eat stress-free, have ready-to-eat meals that are fresh, never frozen. That
Oh my
are
God, we just
ready
watched an
in
ad at this
just
point.
two- Critical Role fan. I know you're like tangential, not even enjoyer nor fan, just knower of existence. Of
Candela didn't work because that space was already taken with Call of Cthulhu and Kids with Bike Systems. Yeah, but so what space did they move into? The D&D space? My friend refused to play Daggerheart because they didn't like Critical Role, but then Brennan Campaign 4 announcement came. Then they actually looked at the rules and said, why isn't this in D&D? Yeah, there's a few things that I think should be in D&D. That's what my next video is going to be all about. What's up, Cool Cylinder?
Yeah.
It's a big deal, and there's multiple subreddits. One of them, which has interesting opinions, is called r/fans of Critical Role. This happens a lot on Reddit, where people will go and be like, there's a main subreddit, like there's an r/Critical Role, but then people will go...
I found myself hate Reddit scrolling recently, especially in the TTRPG space, where I just see some absolutely unhinged posts that I'm just like, what are you saying? Or why would you say that? I'm switching up stream days. I don't really have set stream days at the moment, ChatGPT. It's kind of all over the place, and I apologize for that. Cool Sauna, puzzle vid when Cool Cylinder once, I promised him I would make a video all about Dungeons and Dragons puzzles, or like TTRPG puzzles. It could be Daggerheart as well. And I was working on it. I thought it would be good. I have it like planned out, but I'm not gonna lie to you, Cool Cylinder. The whole premise of that video was I get my wife, who is a player in my games, to run through these puzzles. So I set these puzzles up as like the best puzzles. I talk about how to make a good puzzle. I talk about like how to run a good puzzle, and then like the fun of the video is that my wife tries to like beat the puzzles herself. Either depending on what the puzzle is, it might be like a rolling situation, or it might be like a riddle or whatever. Things that work well. My wife recently got a new job, and she's really busy now, and I just don't know when I'll get a chance to film it. So that's really what it's come down to. Unfortunately, it's in production hell right now. In general, when people dislike something, they're more apt to post about it passionately. Yeah, it's like a passive aggressive. I'm sure Jacob will talk about it here, but there's like a passive aggressive hatred though. It's like you come into the Daggerheart subreddit and you're like, kind of weird that it's like this. Don't you think, guys? Don't you think this is dumb? And then of course the subreddit that like the game are just like, no, what? So I don't know why, but autoplay took me here for some reason. Weird that it takes you to live. Well, welcome in, Kleiny Thunder. Do you know who I am at all, or have you ever seen my stuff? Are you into D&D or Daggerheart, or is it just like thrown you in here? Reddit is full of bots slightly creating toxic environment. Yeah, but so these guys can't be bots. Bots are smarter than some of these guys. As a 45+ year DMGM, I really don't like puzzles. I like them. As someone who's been DMing for 5 whole years, I'm a big fan. Probably 6 now, I think, actually. Yeah, it'd be universal Cool Cylinder if I make it. Do you think you're looking to draw steel at some point, or does it not seem like your kind of game? So here's what I've heard about draw steel. I've heard that it is crunchier. It is on the crunchier side. I don't like crunch. I prefer Daggerheart because it's a push away from crunch. I would argue Daggerheart is still very crunchy for me, but it's like a level of crunch that I'm comfortable with. I think... look, it takes a lot to learn a new system. Even like a system similar to D&D or similar to Daggerheart now. So to get into it, I would. And honestly, there's been some stuff. We can watch Matt Coville's video about it as well. But D&D Shorts did a video talking about Draw Steel. He had good things to say about it, but he was surprised that like there's no marketing push for it. And then Matt Coville, who created the game, did a video he was like, go watch these videos about it. But it does feel like it's not quite got a forward momentum that, say, Daggerheart had, or even D&D has when it drops like a new book. I think they need to be pushing... also, I'm very actual play driven. We know this. Like, I make a lot of videos about actual players. And I don't know, I'd like to see it in more places. And I would like to, outside of being a content creator and like doing it for work, I would like to just be exposed more to Draw Steel. And that might make me more excited to play it. So we'll see what happens. I think more stuff's coming out about it though, slowly but surely. But yeah, that's why I fall on Draw Steel. I've heard good things about it. I've just heard it's crunchier than like even D&D. If you're the one running the game, you get to pick what to run. Tell them you'd like to run Daggerheart for the next few months and let them decide if they want in. Yeah, I think there's a way to do it without like being on a power trip. And I think asking to run like a one shot or a 2-shot, or like just do it for like, the way I did it with my group was I was like, I want to play Daggerheart. We'll finish up this D&D game. So we did D&D for a few more weeks. We finished it up. I said, we'll run like 4 weeks of Daggerheart. and see what we think. Like, because I'm a DM, I've not played it fully yet either. Players haven't played it. I think I played it for 2 weeks as GM, and I was like, I prefer this, GMing wise. I prefer it. Did a poll of the players. 1 player didn't like it. 2 players really liked it, and then the 2 other players were like in the middle. They didn't mind either way. So I was like, okay, there's 6 people at the table, and 3 people really want to play this game, and 2 people don't care. So I was like, okay, we'll switch. And I just told them, and I was like, I'm just going to keep doing Daggerheart. So it's like, but once again, I'm very lucky that I live in a city where I think I could find people to fill my table if people left. I think if I lived in a place where I didn't know that many people, and it's like, if I choose Daggerheart and my players don't want to play, then I just don't get to play the game at all. That would change things. It really depends on your situation. Hold on, let me catch up on chat. They have an actual play for Draw Steel. They're releasing that on episode 3 now, I think. Yeah, they have the one, right? I don't know how that's doing views wise, but yeah, it just doesn't feel like Daggerheart really came out of the woodwork. They really put a lot of effort into that. But I don't know. Maybe they don't feel like they need to. Maybe because they've got the audience. They sold Draw Steel on Kickstarter. It made millions. It's in people's hands. People are playing it. It's got an audience base. It doesn't have to beat D&D. It doesn't even have to like do insane things. It's probably going to be there. People are going to enjoy playing it, and it's probably going to be profitable for a long time. So maybe they just don't need to, or want to like push it too hard. Koval used to do weekly live shows, but stopped in the last couple of years, so I think he has lost some of his popularity. Yeah, I think he concentrated more on the production side of things, especially developing Draw Steel. He still pulls in numbers though. He's still got pull. It offended in the beta run us through Draw Steel, and it was awesome, especially its own BTT. Movement was so smooth. So Summer, like, did you feel it was mechanical, like it was crunchier than say other games? I'd love to hear more. Critical and WotC definitely have more money to market their games than Macoville does. They're releasing an actual play series, though, and that's a ton of fun. I'll check it out. I will check it out. I just know, I think if I did a D&D video, and then I did a Daggerheart video, and then I did a Draw Steel video, I think barely anyone would watch the Draw Steel video. Unfortunately. And I'm full-time. I'm trying to pay bills, so I can't really go all out and like put a ton of effort into a new system and making a video for a system when like D&D and Daggerheart could make me money. If I was being completely candid with you, like completely honest, there's that side of it. I feel like people who think of Daggerheart as a D&D replacement are not well informed. Yeah. I'm going to be playing both into the future. It is in the short term, right? Because most people are only going to be playing one fantasy TTRPG. But in the long term, it's just both are just going to exist. D&D are also turning away from its brand on their own with the direction they're going lately. I think D&D could turn it around. I think they could turn it around. I think I might be on the right track. They're just moving very slowly. They're moving way too slowly for my liking. I've said it before, I think the new core rulebooks that came out last year are phenomenal. And then I think Dragon Delves that came out is really bad. So it's like it's hit and miss, but they're allowed to release bad books. But Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins said that they were really looking forward to working in an environment where they don't have to pump out a book every 2 months. And I think that's been one of the biggest issues with D&D. They've been pumping out too much content. And they had the OGL, like the open game license, meaning that other companies could also pump out better content and take more time with it, they should really get rid of it. They should change the OGL. Don't you guys think? You know, they should change that bad boy. But yeah, I don't know. The D&D needs to slow down, concentrate on making really good stuff, follow through on their promises, which they've not been doing recently, and I think they could bring it back in a big way. I hope they do. But I certainly, for me right now, I have no interest in playing D&D for a while. The Bards, that Deborah Ann Wall D&D show. No, let's watch that
the
trailer.
real one.
Because what even is it? It was on Dungeon Dudes, right? Last stream, I was talking about, we were messing around, and I was talking about like a D&D reality show that they should make. I was like, it'd be fun if they made a reality TV show. My reality TV show was way more cheesy, and it was like playing for money and then eliminating people. But yeah, have you guys seen this trailer for this D&D show?
Once upon a time, the town of Wood Creek was beset by a terrible curse.
I have absolutely no idea what to expect.
It really became more immersive than a normal D&D game.
I, like you, am
It looks like an escape room.
of the
D&D
leaders
game.
of Wood Creek. I believe if we can find it and reverse it, and perhaps save all of Wood Creek at the same time.
I knew this was going to be cool. I don't think I knew it was going to be this cool.
There's a book with an eyeball in it!
That was crazy. That was fun.
I'm Deborah Ann Wool.
Anjali Bhamani.
Monty Martin?
Iman Vellani.
Chama Jumper.
Kelly McLaughlin.
So I know this was filmed probably in and around my city of Toronto, because a bunch of these people live in Toronto, and it also says that in the description it says something about Ontario. Where is it? Made possible with the support of Ontario Creates, which is awesome. Like that my where I live is putting money into D&D stuff. But yeah.
Jessica Hennick.
Will Wheaton.
The
Will
doors
Wheaton.
spread open.
Why can't you go, are you sleeping or something, Create Monkey? Dude, I wish I could just turn it up to 11. I wish I could lock in and just like, just pump out videos. My issue, once again, being completely candid on YouTube, I find when I pump out more content, my views go down. Like, people get sick of me. So I think the weekly videos are like the best. But yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be sleeping as much. You are right.
Welcome to Wood Creek, where the party never ends.
Friends and enemies, that is a natural 20.
We bind you here to set all free. We ask for...
Meridian, hello. This weekend I played the Daggerheart Quick Start adventure and I absolutely loved it. I'm even more sure that I will be creating my other adventures in Daggerheart. Nice. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
Strength, so loaded be.
These are the tales from Wood Creek.
Yeah, this looks crazy. It looks like Deborah Ann Wall locks these guys in a like manor in a house somewhere, and during the day had them doing puzzles. Like, what's this shot of him walking around at night? Like, I just cannot wait. It looks crazy. You guys will be happy to know that I have tried to contact Deborah Ann Wall for an interview by messaging her on Instagram because I didn't know what else to do. No reply, of course. She's got millions of followers on there and I've got like 1,000, but we never know. We never know. Casey, is there a place I can find fleshed out campaign frames for Daggerheart? Maybe even something similar to Sablewood Messengers. Just in the core rulebook. Unless you're looking for actual module, like adventures to run, in which case we're still waiting. You might be able to find some good third-party stuff, but I'm not aware of any. I know Bob Willbuilder has a very good level 1 adventure that is up on drive-thru, but I'm not sure other than that. Currently, I won't be surprised if Daggerheart and Draw Steel have bigger dev budgets than D&D currently does. Hasbro ghosted that team in the salary. Yeah, I think so. I don't know why they fired Todd Kenreck. I don't know why they fired Todd. It's wild to me. But I have no doubt that Todd Kenreck is gonna. He did all the interviews for D&D on the D&D channel. He was like I guess they're like resident creator. So he just like, I presume, ran the YouTube channel, did the editing, did the videos, asked the questions, put it out on YouTube. And then they laid him off recently. And I think he's going to make like 2 or 3 times the money going independent than he was making with D&D. I think it's the best thing for him. I hope so anyway.
It really.
Every September, my friend group and I rent a home and sequester ourselves to play board games, and usually a D&D one-shot, and I'm pretty sure we're all just going to play Daggerheart the whole time. Nice. Oh. You converted Lost Mines of Fandelver to Daggerheart. How's that play? I got 5 ads. What is this? What? I apologize. That's Twitch. That's not me. That's Twitch.
Really became more immersive.
Okay. Back to reality. The Bard, thank you for the subscription for 2 months. It's very kind of you.
Real true fans. And 99% of the time, it's just people who are disgruntled that nobody was criticizing it enough. So we got one here, which is Daggerheart is the system they thought they wanted, not the system they needed.
I saw this one. It's wild. It's a wild thing to just be like, it's gonna affect them negatively.
Who's they?
Probably Critical Role.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
After reading the system and watching Age of Umbra, I fully believe that Daggerheart is a system that was built/sold to Critical Role with the thought of playing to their strengths or what.
Yeah. So this guy is saying that like people approach Critical Role saying, we have this new system and you're gonna love it, as if like they're like Critical Role got duped, is what they're saying. They're like Critical Role got conned.
They think are their strengths, but I feel like it doesn't work that great for them as players and as the GM. Here's what I mean by that. Battle maps. The gridless battle maps are solely there so that the cast can shout, Matt, that's insane, when he brings out another terrain piece. A bit of dry brushing and inking Dwarven Forge pieces is not that insane.
Yes, it's XP's level 3.
By the way, I could do that in my sleep. I could make a giant Dwarven
I could
Forge
make
map.
that.
I could do that every single week for a group of people.
I could make something way more insane. Then do it. Then can do it.
Yeah,
No, he's very
dry
good.
brushing and inking on a Dwarven Forge piece is not that insane, by the way. It's not that it's insane. What do you want Matthew Mercer to do? He comes out and he's like, here's the map for the game. And he has created real life, alive miniature versions of their
Yeah.
characters. And he says,
The amount of
"I've been
people who
keeping them
expect
in a
way
habitat."
too much from
And you
Matt
actually
is
have to keep
crazy.
them alive. And then they're like, Matt, that is insane. That's actually clinically insane. You shouldn't be doing that. And then this guy would be like,
Like people put so much on Matt, thinking that he's like, it's not people who think he's a god, it's people who don't think he's a god, who are just waiting for him to like fall off his pedestal, so that they're being like, oh, if Matt's so good, why not this, why not that, why not that? And they like put so much on him, like he's got to have like a perfect record, because the second he makes a mistake, they're on him, being like, see, he's only human. It's like, yeah, of course he's only human, he makes mistakes. And then when he does manage to do well, when he does keep up to those insane expectations, people chastise him for that, for being like too successful. It's crazy.
yeah, I guess Critical Role's good now.
I guess they're kind of good.
The abstract distances are there, so a few centimeters are missing. It can be ignored, rule of cool, but in reality, that confuses players more than anything.
I want to read this myself. The first issue is the battle maps. The gridless battle maps are solely there so the cast can shout, Matt, that's insane, when he brings out another terrain piece. But when the maps were gridded, he did the same thing. He brought out insane terrain pieces, and they'd be like, Matt, that's insane. Like, there's no, like, nothing's changed there. The abstract distances are there, so if a few centimeters are missing, it can be ignored. But in reality, that confuses the players more than anything. People telling other people how they feel Like, people telling the Critical Role players that they're confused is wild to me. And if they are slightly confused at the start, it's because it's a new situation, right? They don't have to count the squares anymore, so they're just like making sure it's okay. Not counting squares and just using the ruler. Critical Role has used a range ruler for years. Like, it's just faster for them. And B, it is easier not to have to count all the squares. It is easier to, like, if it's close enough, let the player hit the bad guy. It's more fun for the player. It's more fun for the DM. Everyone's happier. It's faster. Like, it's crazy.
Theater of the Mind would have worked much better with the system in its current form. The cool thing about Daggerheart is that you can do both. I don't understand.
Wish my games or DMing is as good as Matt's. I'm sure they are, Ingy. I'm sure they are. Not sure if the cast was praising Matt more than usual unjustly in the Age of Umber. They were, but I think it was deserved. Were they? I don't know. I didn't get that vibe. Like, I think there was more stuff going on that they weren't comfortable with and knew about, so they'd be more reactive to stuff. But my GM is running us through a Daggerheart game that's essentially Fantasy Rogue 1. Very cool. Where Sauron, like Evil Wizard, won. And now we have a single shot to take him down. Very cool. The person on the poster is not seeing Critical. Yeah, the person posting this, it's insane. It's even more insane when you think that, like, he wrote an entire freaking article about it. Like, this affected the poster so much that they came in here to rant. A couple of the cast, specifically Ashley, really seem not to like the Daggerheart system. Once again, we don't know that. We can say they seemed. I think a lot of stuff that people are putting on them could easily just be that they weren't comfortable with it yet. So, were they uncomfortable? Yeah, because it's a brand new system. And they're playing it in front of millions of people.
Mine would have worked much better with the system in its current form. The cool thing about Daggerheart is that you can do both.
The
I don't
death moves
understand
were so good.
what the problem is. Like, what's wrong with Matt wanting to make a map? I love maps. Maps are so fun. They create a cool visual. Why are you like, the only reason they make a map is so that everybody can go, Matt, that's insane.
What do they mean that
If you don't like it, don't watch Daggerheart content or play it. Ingy, that is way too logical for these people to understand. It's way too logical, because then what are they going to complain about? People are addicted to those negative emotions. Matt should have sanded down the Dwarven Forge pieces. Matt should have gone and learnt to make his own terrain pieces. Really. Like, if he was taking it seriously.
confuses the players because it's a tiny bit off scale.
Oh, it's so confusing.
Perfect. God, how am I supposed to know how big this actually is? That's fine if that's how your brain works and you need it that way, but you can't be like that confuses every player. Every player ever will be so confused.
Yeah.
I speak for the whole audience. That sucks.
That's so cool looking.
Outlandish
Matt
high
used to make
fantasy
his own
character
pieces.
concepts. More debatable point. Not strongly regulating which ancestry can be used in which scenario/world doesn't make it more flavorful. It just makes it everything everywhere. What robs the campaign.
Cool, Cylinder. Don't feel like you have to stay.
On the one
It's fine.
hand, the possibility
It's
is
fine
nice
if the
to
internet's
have,
too bad.
but what made C1 and partly C2 so good for me was that the characters were more grounded, more within the core fantasy tropes everybody knows. Giving the cast the possibility to build nearly everything they want just makes the special less special. And as much as I like Tal's design, it is pretty much especially as he is not the only exotic in the group. Ugh.
Oh.
Gross, dude.
That's just, it's fantasy. They can be as creative as they want, and
I don't like that
have
term
not a lot
at
of
all.
limitations. And
Getting to like make the character that they really want to make and the story that they really want to tell within the world that they're going to play just doesn't really make sense. I just kind of wish Matt would just pigeonhole all of them.
Rob John Lair's Daggerheart gameplay examples, yeah, where he
So in summary, they thought they used
he has a
system
little
that's
coliseum
catered to your
and he
strengths, but in reality,
narrates
more of a
the
burden and
gameplay.
lowers at
They're
least my
very
pleasure
good.
of viewing their content. Okay, I can see where they're coming from. Maybe they think that Critical Role does better in this more structured environment of Dungeons and Dragons because it creates like a better.
People don't like change. I'm really learning that. I'm really learning that majority of problems in the world, like not in the world, not like war and poverty, but the issues that I'm facing in my life when it comes to people, it's because like they don't like change. Sorry. Clean the camera a little bit. I feel like I've made it dirtier. No, it's fine. Yeah, it's just like people don't like change. And then it comes out in different places because they don't realize it's the change that they don't like, and they start blaming other things.
Environment for them to tell stories because they like the framing of D&D. The thing about Daggerheart is that you can kind of decide how complicated or how difficult it really is, and that's fully up to the game master. I don't know if they're trying to criticize Matt here because he doesn't do that enough, but I don't think that's really the point.
And I will say that people tend to, and this is where like the Mercer effect has come in and caused so many issues in general. People aren't open-minded enough. Like people aren't cool with like thinking outside the box. So the whole Mercer effect thing is the fact that Critical Role got so popular, and now everyone thinks that is how you play the game. And other ways of playing kind of died down, and it became this kind of like voice actor performance comedy game, right? And not everyone played it like that, but they do now. Everyone plays it like that now. And it's just like, guys, it says in the rulebook you can play it however you want. It's like the people watching it are choosing to play it like that because they're just not thinking of other ways to play it. And it's the same with this now. Like, Daggerheart's come out. The people have just watched this actual play, and they're just like, oh, this is how it's done? Daggerheart's a bad system. It's like, there's so many ways to play it. There's so many ways. Don't put it on Matt that, like, he's breaking something or changing something. It's on the players and the GMs.
On the opposite side, because I think Daggerheart...
I think the Mercer effect is more expecting your DM to be like Matt. Yeah, the Mercer effect... it exists. It's like gods in like American Gods, where the gods don't exist unless people believe in it, and because people believe in them, they exist. It's like that. The Mercer effect isn't a thing. Like it doesn't. There's no tangible thing for why it should exist, but because people are observing it, it does exist. It's not so much that people are expecting Matt. Their DM to be like Matt. That's part of it. It's more that they're expecting a game of D&D to be just like a Critical Role actual play. So it's the players as well. They're expecting the other players to roleplay with them. They're expecting the other players to react the same way that like the Critical Role players react to Matt when the DM does something awesome. They're expecting that. They're expecting like it to be very similar. Which is just weird. And there's the anti-Mercer effect as well, which I think makes things worse. I've not really heard anyone talk about this because I've just kind of come up with it myself here. But there is a level of if I show up to a table and I'm expecting it to be like Critical Role, and I kind of start role-playing like Critical Role, and the other players are anti-Critical Role, like the GM is anti-Critical Role, then they push double hard as back against me. Like they really like go out their way to like push back on it, and then that's where you get this like real conflict that's happening. It's silly. It's dumb. The whole thing's dumb. It's there, unfortunately. For select people, I've never come across it. I've played D&D at a number of tables, not that many in the grand scheme of things, but I've played it with a lot of players, and I've never experienced the. In fact, most people I play with don't watch Critical Role at all. Like I brought in a lot of new people to the hobby, and they never watch Critical Role. So I guess I've just not been in the right circles. But I do wonder if it's more rare than we think it is, that there's a negative consequence to a table because of expectations of people watching Critical Role. I might be wrong, though. Why is there only 16 likes and over 40 viewers? Show some love, everyone. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, liking the video really helps with the algorithm. It goes a really long way. Or if you don't like it, if you don't like me, hit the dislike button and then leave. But or you can hate watch. I don't mind hate watching. But if I finish this video and I've got a ton of dislikes, I know I can learn from that. I know like people didn't like that. So yeah, hit the like, hit the dislike. Really helpful. People aren't open-minded enough. Truth. It's just weird. It's so weird that people get stuck on these things, being like, the Mercer effect's an issue. It's like, why? How is it negatively affecting you? Like, if someone comes to your table and demands you DM like Matthew Mercer, that's not the Mercer effect. That's you having an asshole at your table. That's a problem player. And they've always existed. And that problem player would exist no matter what. If it wasn't Critical Role, they'd have some other issue. It's got nothing to do with Critical Role. It's weird. Bonus reaction merch idea, items that say not everyone can be Matt Mercer. No, I don't like that. I don't like that because, hey, if Matt Mercer is just putting on a great D&D game, then I think everyone can be Matt Mercer. I just don't know if everyone wants to be that. Like, all tables are different, all GMs are different. My DM style is don't track things like ammo or components inventory because it stops creativity. Yeah, I've never made anyone count arrows, ever. Is there now going to be a Brennan effect now that he's coming? I think for a while now that Brennan Lee Mulligan gets more views than Matthew Mercer. I think they're both incredibly successful, but it is weird that people aim their crosshairs at Matt more than Brennan. I think it's because Brennan pushes more into the comedy silly side of things than Matt does a lot of the time, so he's harder to like hate on. But I definitely feel bad for Matt sometimes. And Abria gets a lot of crap as well. I do wonder how Brennan is so invincible to the irrational hate. I'm sure he has some as well, but yeah. Rage today, we all have dents. No dents. To comment on this, I came into D&D during COVID, and your main exposure was through Critical Role. I also joined an online table and was super confused for the first 18 to 24 months why my games didn't go like CR. How did your games go down, if you don't mind me asking? And what does it mean to go like CR? Hot take, counting feet in combat. Yeah. No one wants to count squares. No one's like, oh, I really want to relax with a nice game of like counting squares tonight. It also come from people new to the hobby with only a few reference points of different. Yeah. And it came from people who were old school DMs in the hobby, who were doing things a certain way because they never had any kind of real educational resource or anything. So they did something for 20 years, and now they have people at the table saying, that's not how Matthew Mercer does it. You know? But that's an asshole. Once again, that's not Matt. That's an asshole at your table. Or like some people who get insecure because they're like, oh, I can't be that good. And it's like, that's just something people need to get over. Looking at some of the rules but never playing Daggerheart, I wouldn't care to run if players wanted it, but would play it to understand it more. Yeah. One thing I'll say is that reading it, I read the book cover to cover. I did a review on it. I like did little combat sessions to get to grips with it. But actually playing it, actually GMing it, is very different. It feels very different than I ever thought it would. Yeah, it's because Brennan was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Yeah. I also didn't know it should be different than hard RP and storytelling. It was a hard adjustment. Yeah, Yeah, some people want to just go into dungeons and slay some monsters and barely communicate, or like barely communicate in character. What is that? A subscription? Sir Pratchett, thank you for the subscription with Prime. Brennan is a golden retriever, that's why. Yeah, Brennan could get away with a lot, I think. Talk his way out of anything. I admit I like maps and squares. I have a collection of laminated maps and pawns. Even make custom pawns with players' art. Yeah. And there's still a side of me that I still, when I play Daggerheart, I use squares. I still like use feet. We have the range rulers, which are faster, but we're still on squares. Like, we're still playing it that way. You can play it that way still. It's such a weird thing such a weird hill to die on. Is it just talk? Is what just talk? You need to pick the right kinds of players for your table. A lot of new players get turned away from gatekeeping and toxicity within games. Yeah. Love your stuff, man. If you start with a compliment, I will read anything out loud. And this could turn into an insult and I'd be stuck reading it. You just see me stop. Love your stuff, man, but I think you're really oh. No, love your stuff, man. I will be running Daggerheart with DHH students, mechanically using ASL. Oh, hard of hearing. DHH. What does DHH stand for? In roleplay, can grant help. Yeah, because they all know sign language, right? In Daggerheart, which is nice. Deaf, hard of hearing. I should know that because I am that. I wear a hearing aid. Well, there you go. But no, it's really, really cool. Deaf, hard of hearing. Thank you. Boy's reaction is your favorite channel. Thanks, Rogue, for not putting anything after that sentence. All right. If we're gonna get through this video, we gotta actually watch it.
Gives them the freedom to do more of what they want to do, allowing them to tell the story they want to make, and they don't have to be bogged down by D&D, which is forcing them to play the game a certain way. Also, the audience gets pissed off when they homebrew change it, and they're like, that's not how you play the rules.
Yeah.
So I think Daggerheart's great because they get to be free of that.
Yeah.
Riddle me this, if Daggerheart is what... This is D&D Circle Jerk, we're getting out of here.
Riddle me this. Hold on. No, I want to... Go back.
They get to be free of that.
Yeah.
Riddle me this.
Riddle me this. If Daggerheart is woke, then why is the first she-her level 1 pre-gen so...
Yes,
okay, yeah, no, that's weird.
This is D&D Circle Jerk, we're getting out of here. Riddle me this, if Daggerheart is woke, then why is the first she-her level 1 pre-gen so... That's funny. Oh boy. I'm an experienced GM with an experienced group of players. I ran Daggerheart. Here are my thoughts. Good. Everyone liked the hope and fear mechanic itself on paper. Although it took up a lot of room, they enjoyed the cards on abilities for ease of reference. Yes.
I had that issue as well, I should say. My players didn't like how much room the cards took up. We ended up the cards are now in a folder, like a A4 sheet of paper-sized folder that they can just look at, which makes me think the cards are still gimmicky to me. As much as I love the game, and as cool as the cards are, it's entirely unnecessary when all my players are just putting them on a piece of paper. It might as well just be another sheet of a character sheet. It's also like, I don't want them taking my cards home with them. So I wouldn't mind them taking a card sheet home with them, but I don't want them taking my cards.
I agree.
The combat mechanics went over well, especially with the threshold and armor system, preventing combat from getting too swingy. Weirdly disagree. I think combat is very swingy from what we've played of it. It feels...
You make Daggerheart really easy to understand. I have to be honest. Thank you, Clowny. That's awesome, man.
like it can go one way, then another way, and then it can stalemate out, and then it can like boom explode out of nowhere. Everyone seemed to like their heritage and their everybody liked their characters. Fear was a good mechanic. Loved the way adversaries were presented and organized. Yeah. Sorcerer reported loving playing a melee orc magic user with armor sling spell. Agree. Has very open character creator. Speaking of which, positive Daggerheart differs from 5e with classes like Guardian Seraph. I wish they would have gone all the way. My biggest
Jacob
problem
talks
with,
so quickly
many
that I
of the others
can't
branch
speed
from
him
the
up.
lack of a unifying mechanic of hit points, armor points, stress points, hope tokens, and even abilities with their own tokens. It felt busy according to one player, and everyone agreed. I do kind of agree with that. I guess according.
The biggest problem, which many of the others will be branched from, is the lack of unifying mechanic. You have hit points, armor points, stress points, hope tokens, and even abilities with their own tokens. It felt busy. Yeah, there's a lot going on. This is where the mechanical crunchiness comes into Daggerheart. And I think it only affects newcomers. I think once you've played a few sessions and you understand how it works, it becomes incredibly easy. But just getting attacked in Daggerheart is like a lot of work. Like, as GM, I'm like, oh, you take 20 damage. And then the player's like, okay, cool. 20 damage, threshold-wise, that's 2 HP, but I can mark an armor slot. Oh, but my friend is stepping in the way to take the hit for me. There are like way more steps than D&D where it's like, you take this damage. And you kind of look to see if you've got any resistances or something, or if you can do a reaction. And then you just mark the damage. That's only a slight when it comes to like brand new, like teaching the game though. I think once you get over it, it's like a really fun system where you've got all these resources and things. It makes you feel like you can do a lot more in the moment when you get hit. One thing I will say, people seem to be forgetting how crunchy D&D is, because like in D&D you have like the same amount of stuff, it's just on your go. So like it's like, oh, you can take an action, a bonus action, you can move this far, you can move double if you don't take your action. You can cast a spell, but you can only cast one leveled spell in a turn. You can cast another one, but it has to be a cantrip. You've got key points, you've got sorcery points, you've got like so many different things going on in D&D, and it's amazing how people have just forgot about that and think D&D is simpler because like you have to like look at a threshold in Daggerheart.
To one player, and everyone agreed. I do kind of agree with that. I guess in D&D you're really focused around like your.
What should you do if two players want to play the same class, but you don't have enough cards for them? Ingy, if I'm being a little bit saucy and honest, tell them they can't play the same class. Tell them to branch out and play different classes. Same with Ancestries, same with Heritage. If they really want to play the same class, I would print out I just print out the extra card and give it to one of them. And if you don't have a printer and they want to play the class, ask them to find out a way to print it out. Honestly. But there's no need for them to play the same class because it just makes it even harder because they're going to be leveling up and they're going to be choosing from the same like pot. And then they're probably going to want to take the same spells and same abilities, but they won't be able to because there's only one card for those. It will just mess things up. Just ask them to choose different people. Just like put your foot down.
Hit points, and if it's not your hit points, then it's also your spell slots. I guess the thing is that like all of them matter a lot. Like everybody uses stress, everybody uses hit points, all of that stuff. So you are kind of managing a lot, but I don't know. You're just.
Hey, Critical Role's channel made an ominous community post 1 hour ago. Not announcing anything, just weird. Huh? Really? Critical Role. Critical Role 2 hours ago. A word alone is powerful now, but your words together can shape the histories. Is that just a quote from the show? Yeah, I don't think that's anything, right? That's not ominous. Word alone is powerful now, but your words together can shape histories. Oh, there's some kind of beacon ARG, which is like, there's some kind of like online escape room thing going on with Beacon, I think, and that's part of it. So it's only like probably a tenth of what the full story is. I just make the characters on demo play and then run them digitally. You can do that as well. But I just strongly recommend not having your players play the same class. I really do. It's not going to be fun when they all have the same abilities. No, because you want to lean into what each character's archetype is. Why double up? There's many classes, pay different ones. Yeah, that's what I would say. If they really want to do it, they can. Like, obviously, like, don't stop them, but just make sure they understand, like, Daggerheart, I think more than D&D, it's not fun to have a similar character because the stuff you're doing is so impactful that it's going to become like a competition between them almost. Like, I do it. No, I do it. Like, how many times can Guardians jump in the way of other people, you know? Yeah, it's worth a conversation anyway. But if they really want to do it, yeah, just print out the cards or play it digitally. I actually agree about it being less fun. They're young and love it, but for me, it is a slog. And yes, way worse in Daggerheart. I think it was Beacon thing. Yeah.
Counting down. I don't think like it's like super like complicated.
Yeah, I think a big thing for me when I was playing, like, in the beginning, it was like, okay, here are the things I can do. Let me look at all of it and do that. And then I was like, what am I doing? That's too much. Take it back. What do I want to do?
Yes.
I want to do this. And then I look at my stuff and be like, this is exactly what I want to do, and this is how I do it. And that's it.
My players had tons of hope tokens by the end of the battle with very little to spend them on. Wow, don't agree. Not us. Well, to be fair, some players did and some players didn't.
Wait.
That's it.
My players had tons of hope tokens by the end of the battle with very little to spend them on.
Yeah, when I first started playing, my players weren't spending hope either that much. But that's because they're just not used to it and they don't know. They've not realized how fast it will come back because, like, there's 50-50 chance you get one every time you roll. I feel like in every session, if I remind my players they can do a team up ability, they all do it and they all spend 3 hope. Like, at the end. So, like, by the end of my sessions, everyone spent, like, 3 hope anyway. And if you have someone who doesn't want to spend hope because they are, like, the type of person who likes to hold on to resources, you know, the guy in Resident Evil where they hold on to the rocket launcher till the final boss and then never use it. If you have someone like that, you kind of just have to make the game harder. Like, make the game hard so that they have to spend hope. And they'll spend it. They'll spend it. Favorite character from the Critical Role campaigns? Oh, I think it's probably Fern, I would say. I know people don't like Campaign 3 as much, but I have to say the characters individually in Campaign 3, I think are all very solid. I actually have a real hot take. I have my favorite character, the one that I want to see, like, come back the most, that barely got any playtime. We won't go too much into it because of spoilers, but I really liked Bertrand Bell. I really liked Travis playing Bertrand Bell. How about you guys? Slightly more because of crits. That's true, yeah. It's going to be Jester. Yeah. I think most people like Jester, right? Right. Let me do campaign by campaign. Campaign 1, my favorite character is probably... Probably Percy, but only because of the animated series. I really like him in that. Grog is obviously class. I really like Caleb. Campaign 2 also has really good characters. No offense to Campaign 1, and I love the animated series, but the characters are all a bit more like archetypes. They're like quite like unoriginal in many ways. And in Campaign 2, they really kicked it up again. Campaign 3, I think they kicked it up gear again. Maybe they went too far the other way. But yeah, they've really mastered how to make really compelling characters. I like Laudner as well a lot.
Wow, don't agree. Not us. Well, to be fair, some players did and some players didn't.
Yes, I will say there was sometimes I think I had a lot of hope and I had like nothing to use it on, and I was like, well, that's just kind of how I built my.
Yeah, I think there's other stuff. People don't realize how much stuff you can use hope on as well. It's like you can just be helping other players at any point, and when you do that, you spend a hope. So you, like whenever anyone rolls, you can spend a hope. Also, one thing my players haven't figured out yet fully, and I need to keep reminding them because I also forget, is to use experiences. It feels like experiences are set up to be used more than I originally thought. I thought they would be really niche things, but actually, the game itself feels harder than D&D. Like, just to be successful in rolls, because you're rolling like 2d12s, and there's that curve, you're more likely to roll around like the 10, 11, 12 area. It feels like, anyway. I've not looked at the statistics, I may be way off. But for an average like challenge, the DC is 15. I feel like my players don't hit 15 as often as they would in D&D. They just don't hit it that often. But then when you add like the help, like spend a hope and give a help action, and they get to roll with advantage, or you add experiences, it becomes way more common that they pass that. So I don't know.
I don't use a lot of hope, but I use a lot of stress, or I use a lot of this, or whatever.
You can pick cards that use more hope.
Yeah. And then I did think about that, and I was like, I should have looked at what I was using for each thing.
But I feel like everybody was constantly out of hope in our games.
D&D just has big modifiers. Yeah, I think so, yeah. You might be right.
Fear. I was like, I need to
I feel like I play D&D and people just be rolling 24. Like, they're just like, it's 24 or 25.
Use my fear more. I just don't do it. I think this person had some good thoughts and opinions about it. I don't think that was too nuts. I think that's a good way to criticize it. Are people here actually playing DC-20 and Daggerheart? Or is all the YouTube content making it look bigger than...
This is my favorite stuff. Like, people who are just against it because they don't want... Because they live and breathe D&D, and YouTube is alive with... I've not even seen that much DC-20 stuff, but it's been alive with Daggerheart stuff. And I've seen a lot of people have fun with Daggerheart stuff as well. And it's like a testament. People don't understand that if you are seeing more stuff about Daggerheart on YouTube, it's because it's getting more views than D&D stuff. Meaning the audience are interested. It's not just like people choosing to make Daggerheart stuff. People are watching Daggerheart stuff, which is like a sign of like the overall trend that a lot of people like it. It might be that all our characters are tier 1, maybe 2 right now. That's true. My players are level 2. Maybe as they level up, it'll become much easier to hit those numbers.
Really, I can't answer that because I'm only in the YouTube world. They do say, but not much online discussion about them. Give it a little bit. Give it a little bit. Just came out. Okay, a lot of people got jobs. A lot of people are busy. A lot of people are.
I feel like there's so many videos on those two, but not that much online discussion about them. Where's the online discussion happening? I think Reddit's really healthy for Daggerheart. But also, in all fairness to this guy, Oompa Loompa Godzilla, I think he's genuinely asking, are they good? Or are they just pushing us by the big names posting the content? There's a distrust of like creators here, which is fair. I think that a healthy distrust of creators is good. But maybe too much here. But he's asking, is it good? Have you played the games? Are they good?
Doing things.
And people are still trying to play it, is the thing.
Yeah,
You know?
and they got to read it. They got to understand it. They got to get a group. They got to do all this.
And that's my issue, is that so many people on Reddit right now are like...
I try to support as much Daggerheart content creators as possible. Yeah, thank you, Casey. I've seen a massive, like, I've actually seen views be less right now when I make Daggerheart content. Albeit it might just be YouTube's down, like my channel's down. So maybe if I go back to D&D, it'll also be down. But I got like 5 new Patreon members this month from a Daggerheart video. And I hadn't had a Patreon member for a long time before that. I maybe get like 1 every 2 months if I'm lucky. So to get 5 all in one go after one video, I was like, oh, even though like maybe like the mass audience aren't watching this video, the people who are watching it really want to see more. So they're like subscribing to me, which is nice.
Deciding that this is how they feel.
Yeah.
I guess I am not any better. I'm doing the same thing, but I'm at least trying to like make my thoughts and opinions more just like...
Yeah, the balance fudge, you bring up something that I've brought up in the past that I feel is also kind of a dangerous take. Is even more dangerous because I've said it about the OGL stuff. I was like, you've got to remember that there's so much money going around in the space, and a lot of these creators, which is why I'm surprised people are jumping on Daggerheart, because a lot of these creators are making D&D content and trying to sell D&D content. So it's in their best interest if D&D does better than Daggerheart. I think a lot of people are jumping on Daggerheart because they could make content for Daggerheart, but when you see all the stuff about the Daggerheart game license being awful and bad for creators, that is coming from people who obviously want the absolute best deal for them, and they're like trying to use their viewership as like a negotiation tactic, because they can be like, look, I've got thousands of people who all dislike this game license, change it. Am I fully Daggerheart now? No, I'm not. I'm still making D&D content. I'm trying to make... I'm playing Daggerheart at the moment, and I will be for like probably the next few months. So there'll be more Daggerheart content, but I'm trying to make more content that can be used for any system. Like I'm working on a video at the moment as well about Session Zeros, and it's about running a Session Zero for like any fantasy system. Maybe not any. I feel like it's going to get kickback because I say that. I'm sure there's systems out there that need a very specific Session Zero. But I've noticed like D&D, Daggerheart, the Cosmo RPG, I'm sure Draw Steel, and I'm sure DC20, the Avatar RPG. Like so many of these systems kind of use the same Session Zero setup. So I want to make a checklist that can be used for any of them. So that's the video I'm kind of working on now. So what the game license deal is talking about. So Critical Role's, Darrington Press's Daggerheart game license deal, they had some stuff in there that was like, I can create Daggerheart content and sell it and make money from it. But they have the ability to change that at any point, because that's written in the contract. Meaning that if I only make Daggerheart content moving forwards, 10 years from now, it's my full-time job making Daggerheart content. They can change the deal so that I can't do that anymore. Or that I have to give them 10% of my income because I'm using the IP. Which, like, I'm in the minority here because I'm like, fair. They made the game. Like, there's stuff in place there. I also know that if they did try and do something like that, they'd get cancelled. We saw it with the OGL. They would get destroyed, and then everyone would lose. So I'm confident they won't do that anyway. But there was a lot of, not a lot, there was a few very loud creators who were coming out the woodwork saying it was like the worst deal they've ever seen. That Critical Role are evil, that they're trying to, like take advantage of creators and all this stuff. I'm just like, nah. The last big name to come out is that Brandon Sanderson thing, right? The last big name to come out was Draw Steel, which is the Matt Colville thing. The Cosme RPG, which is Brandon Sanderson's, came out just a few weeks before that. It's a solid year for TTRPGs. Am I a Pokemon fan at all? I know the original 150. Oh, quite Predator, honestly. I don't know the base, but 10% is fair compared to taking 100%. Yeah, they're not doing that, though. People are just saying, what if they did? What if they did do that? But it's like, I don't know, the whole game license thing is so generous, as it is, that it's weird to, like, really pick apart. It's simply that other TTRPGs have systems, have game licenses that are more third-party creator focused and friendly. So people are like, well, those systems are more creator third-party friendly, so surely this should be too. The Daggerheart one is more the creator of the system, Darrington Press friendly. That's the difference. And people want it to be one side or the other. But people don't take into account that, like, those other systems, D&D is stuck. D&D wants to change it. It can't now. Those other systems, like, really want third-party creators to create for them. They have no negotiation power. They just want third-party people to create stuff for them so that their game will get more stuff and flourish and more people will play it. I don't think Darrington Press needs as much. They want it. They want a flourishing third-party creator base, and they'll probably get it regardless. So they just don't have the same kind of, like, fear of it. What is that? I just got another Patreon member. Holy crap. Dude, if you are in this chat, thank you for that. But I know it's a very unpopular opinion. A lot of people think, like, that Critical Role and Darrington Press should be third-party creator forward and should, like, give them everything they want, or certainly have a safer contract. But it's not like you become an employee of Darrington Press because you make Daggerheart content, you know? I understand why they want to keep more control over it. Anyway. The Bard's Forge. My probably unpopular take, having a top game like D&D and maybe a second one is good for third-party creators. Having a bunch of different games at the top would kill the third-party creation community. I think there's logic there, Bard. I think you're right to an extent. I think what will happen is people will start trying to make more system-agnostic content for all three. And then sales will go up on all of them. Which may mean that we'll get less really, like, mechanically heavy stuff for each system. But we've already seen it with, like, I can't remember the name of it, but is it Black Rose or something? There was, like, one of the first third-party books to come out for Daggerheart was 5e and Daggerheart compatible, like, both compatible. I think we'll see more of that. What that means for the content itself, I don't know. I think probably their lawyer wasn't up to date with TTRPGs, in your opinion. I don't know. I think they're just trying to protect their, like, successful asset, you know. They only started to protect their brand after people tried to get money from them for using their fan art in the streams. We cancelled Nintendo for exactly this. Well, I can still make content for Daggerheart and make a lot of money from it, right? Like, I mean, I'm not doing it. I might do it in the future. But I can still do that. I'm not really sure what the downside is of that. It's their IP. It belongs to them. Like, we need to be aware of that. They spent a lot of money developing it. What are your thoughts on extra damage that goes to waste because a player used an ability, but didn't increase it enough to mark another heart, deal massive damage? Not sure if there's a solution. I the whole damage threshold thing is at first jarring to some players because they're like, but I did so much damage and I only hit 3 hit points. Surely I did more. I think it's a bad mindset to be in. It's like a competitive mindset rather than a narrative one, which might suit something like D&D more and less Daggerheart. I like the idea of massive damage. So if they double the severe damage threshold, they do 4 hit points. So they can do more damage to up it. But at the same time, it's just, some people won't like it. It's just part of the game. I prefer having the damage thresholds in general, and that's like the payoff for that. That if you do build your characters to do insane damage and you do roll really well, there's a chance that you'll do the exact same hit points as if you rolled mediocre. But it's going to be what it's going to be. As a DM, I like it. As a DM, I really like it. Because it means I can't accidentally absolutely demolish a player. Like, the most I can do is 4 hit points is nice. Because I've accidentally killed people in D&D in the past because I roll really, really well. But this is business, right? How do you build a business on goodwill? They just don't have to. It's just, you're right, it's business. Like, they don't have to do it. Why would they give away power that they don't have to give away? I think some third-party creators out there are very entitled. They're like, I want to be able to make stuff the way I make it, and I want to know my career is safe, and I want to, like, dude, people who have full-time jobs at companies don't know their career is safe. Like, it's so weird that you want to be the one person who knows they have job security in this strange world. But yeah, nothing against, like, I understand why third-party creators are fighting it. They want a better deal. I understand why Daggerheart aren't giving them a better deal, though. It just makes sense. Ingy, thank you for joining the Patreon. All right, cool, Sunday. Catch you later. They have the Eberron creators making content for them, and I'm sure they will be happy for more. Hot take, I want Critical Role Campaign 4 to be D&D. I don't think that's as hot as you may think, Dantastic. I think there's a lot of people who want it to be D&D. Hot take, I want Critical Role Campaign 4 to be Pathfinder. That would be crazy if they whip that out. If they did the Cosmere one. It's going to be D&D, right? Like they said, something like our campaigns will be D&D only. I didn't see that if they said that on. I'm hoping for Daggerheart, but I'll be happy either way. Sorry, 1 second. Oof. Went down the wrong way. The air went down the wrong way. I think Campaign 4 is going to be D&D. They've already announced Matt will be running Age of Umbra 2. I don't see them running 2 Daggerheart actual players and dropping D&D. You don't? They've certainly done 2 like D&D. Like, they won't be at the same time. They'll take a break and stuff. We'll have to wait and see. It's fun to predict, but the reality is we have no idea. So what do you think of the auto-hit systems like Nimble and Draw Steel? I like a world where auto-hits happen. I certainly have found that in both D&D and Daggerheart, I have naturally been lowering the AC. God damn it, what's on my throat? I've been lowering the AC of enemies, or the evasion of enemies, to make them easier to hit, because it sucks to watch a player miss. I would rather give them more health and lower the AC so the players hit every single time. So auto hits I like. I'd say what I really liked. I like the Cosmere RPG and its what's the word that I'm looking for? The Greys, where you can spend like a resource to still do damage if you miss. So there's definitely ways around it. So what do you think of the auto hits? Yeah, I've read that already. Spoon? Spoon. I hope the next campaign is Daggerheart. Also, Brendan's already running Cloudwood Ho, and it's loosey-goosey and more narrative-based anyway. Yeah. Watched episode 1 of that. It's all I've watched, but it looks fun as hell. Vampire Masquerade. Yeah, I'd like that too. Alright, Ingy, catch you later. Cosmic Grays is definitely an appealing feature. I think so. I think... Okay. I think there is... I've been looking at, like, potential homebrew stuff in Daggerheart, and a lot of the stuff is unnecessary. I find I was like, oh, maybe having like a duality role where fear and hope. Oh, my camera's gone. It's fine because I've got this now. Let me turn my camera off. What's happening, guys? I think there is a world where we have a homebrew rule, which is that you can spend 2 hope to turn a miss into a hit. Like, you roll to hit, you miss, I spend 2 hope, I hit. I think that would be a great way to allow players to still get something out of their turn if they spend resources. 3 hope, sure. If we think 3 hope is more like it. I think it's good because in Daggerheart especially, I kind of want to have an agreement with my players where if someone like hasn't been for a while and then they go and they miss and they don't have an impactful like move, they just get to go again. Let's just let them go again. So like in that world, like letting them spend some hope and just hit anyway rather than going through the rigmarole of waiting their turn again. Yeah, unless it's with fear. What about if they miss, but it's with hope, they can then spend hope to hit. Something like that. I think there's something there. Maybe make spend a hope get +2 to your roll, and you can spend as much as you want. That's interesting as well, yeah. If you're building an RPG off the top of your head with no playtesting, I'd have 3 action states, a full hit, an exchange where maybe you cross swords and do reduced damage, and an unlikely miss. Yeah. I like it, stealing it. Well, playtest it first. We could be way wrong. We could be way off. That feels like everyone gets a participation trophy. There is value in missing or failing. This is a hill I will die on. Well, they have to spend hope to do it, right? It's not just that they always hit. How would that work narratively? I like the idea, but I'm curious how that plays out. So, you're a player, you roll to hit, you do not hit, you don't, like, I'm broken. Not AC, their evasion. You don't hit their evasion, so it's either a miss, or you hit them still, but it doesn't do damage. So they could block it with armor, you could hit like a part of like, someone's body where it just doesn't really take, hold, but it's stuck in his armor, or it's stuck, or he grabs it with his hand or something. You can spend hope to like push through. Like it's a plus ultra moment is what I'm thinking. It's like that moment where you roll to hit, you miss, and it's like an anime moment where you think they've missed, and it's actually a feign, and they're coming from the other side and hit. I think narratively it's very easy to figure that out, and it's cool as well. It's like the moment where like the enemy's like laughing because you missed, but actually you threw a returning blade, and it's actually the blade's coming back, and that's when it hits him. Stuff like that.
So dislike it, and it's like you gotta play it and read it. You're not gonna.
Yeah, there are a lot of people out there who seem to, like, for whatever reason, they want it to be bad, or they presume it could be bad, and then they are just asking other people, like, is it good or bad? And it's like, what makes you think their opinions are, like, any better than yours right now? or like they could be wrong. Like you should go. It's like everyone like sat around a table looking at some delicious food, and they're all just like, "Is that food? Is that nice food? Do we like that food? Do you like that food? Should I like that food?" It's like, try the food. You might like it, you might not, but you won't know until you try the damn
You're
food.
gonna know right now.
Yeah.
You can't just like decide. Like you should decide that it's kind of cool and try it out.
Yeah. But that's also kind of why we do content about Daggerheart, is that so people can understand and people can learn and people can make their own decision and be like, oh, yes, I want to play this. And then people will start playing it and then things will come out and regular people will start discussing things.
Yeah, exactly. No spoilers. No spoilers.
No spoilers for a game.
It's because the Critical Role subreddit wants to know if the post is spoilers.
Yeah.
You
It's
know?
just funny to be like, there's no spoilers about Daggerheart in this.
It's like saying, I'm going to be real right now. No spoilers, but I don't like Daggerheart. I detest the what do you find in there aspect of Daggerheart, which is Daggerheart is a game that is played with a lot of questions. So the GM is often asks a question to the player, and then they tend to respond. And the players
Geeky Vapor, thank you for the follow.
The world and the game as well as the GM. And what I
Catching up, in relation to the license, the game came out about 3 months ago.
like about this, it doesn't bring the players closer to the GM.
Also, hey, Alex.
Players already kind of do this. It brings the GM closer to the players, or at least a lot of play groups that I see. I know there's always going to be play groups like, no, actually, we don't do that. We are that's not our group. I know a lot of people, especially my friends, who like to play like this. We're kind of already adding in, and so it actually makes the GM closer to the players. It feels like the GM gets to be a little bit more of a player in Daggerheart, which is kind of fun. I get where the game designers are coming from. They want the world and the narrative to be also.
I have to agree as well. In Daggerheart, it feels like I'm playing a game when I'm GMing a lot more than in D&D. I don't think they're going to talk about it here, but I did see a post recently on Reddit that was talking about how you need to spend fear to... Thank you for the follow. Who did that? Who did that? I can't read it. The Bard's Forge? Thank you. Yeah, I saw this post that was saying how, like, in D&D... Oh, in Daggerheart, you have to spend fear to take a go as a GM, and the person didn't like that because in D&D you're a god and you just do things, and I'm like, no, you don't. In D&D, you can't just take a go. You have to wait for the initiative to come round to you, and then you can take the very specific actions that you're allowed to take that the rules say you can do. And then once you can only take one go, and then once you're done with that, the initiative carries on until it comes back round to you. Like, you actually get more freedom in Daggerheart to take more goes when you want to take them than D&D. And you also have the ruling, which I think is going to become a meme, because I don't think people are going to be using that often and shouldn't, where you can just go whenever you think you should be able to go, like the golden opportunity. I think people are going to take advantage of that in the future, but you can quite literally go whenever you want in Daggerheart. If you do that too much, your players might just stop playing with you, though. My on-screen chat lost Twitch chat. Oh, uh-oh. Well spotted. I'm not seeing Twitch either. Wait, someone in Twitch say something. Oh, damn it. Oh, wait. Actually. Is it because... No. No, it's the same there as well. Refresh Twitch and you'll catch up. No, it's not. It's connected to this thing called StreamerBot, which I think is messing up. Okay. There's no Twitch chat for now. I apologize, guys. I apologize. But yeah, I'll take a look at Twitch chat periodically. UK, a lot of people are like, oh boy, can't wait till Jimmy Games 420 makes a vid on this so I can find out what my opinion is. It's true. That is so true. The GM could pretty much spend all their max fear at once, but nobody's going to do that. It's too adversarial. Yeah, unless it's like a huge, big, bad guy. Yeah, no, it's not coming through, but that's fine. Have you seen the one-time use promo code? I have, Casey, and I'm jealous. I want some. Love the role with Fear now. Fear the GM. Yeah. Ah. Alright. So we've been here enough. My technology is slowly falling apart around me. In fact, let me see if my camera works again. But my chat's broken, my camera's broken. It's all breaking. But I did come here to do one thing and one thing only. That's to chat with you guys and to talk about what I don't like about Daggerheart. There we go. Let me see if I can refresh this chat though. So weird that it just breaks like that. Partially connected. I think I might have to log out and log back in again. Maybe I'll just reconnect soon. I don't know. You watched my Daggerheart gear. You made your cards with a laser. They look sick. Oh man, that sounds awesome. Yeah, I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. Alright, I've got a list of... Don't judge me. I've got a list of things that I think could be better in Daggerheart, okay? The first one is that I think information is spread out and repeated in the book, and it adds to the confusion. And to give you an example...
The player's hand.
Shush, Jacob. Of that. I saw this Reddit post that is like, how do you determine max stress? And this guy says, oh, page 5 of the SRD. This guy says core rulebook, page 18. This guy says page 22 and 23 of the core rule set. And this guy's like, I love how the comments call out 4 different pages. Recap for anyone else, page 5, 18, 22, 23. I ran across this kind of thing a bunch. Here, let me change my camera again. When I was trying to learn the system, it isn't laid out in the best way. Like, the book itself is like one of the best TTRPG books I've ever read, but it is the layout I wish was slightly better. Finding certain rules I found really hard. Like, I read through it all the way, and then not everything went in. So trying to figure out... I remember having a moment when I was first reading it where I could not for the life of me figure out what happens if a player misses or rolls with fear in combat. I knew the GM had the spotlight, but I didn't know if they always got a fear. I was like, when I first started, I was like, did they get a fear and then they spend the fear straight away to attack, or do they get to attack for free and a fear? Which is the case, but only if they roll with fear. If they roll with fear, the GM gets a fear. If they miss, the GM gets to go but doesn't get fear. And I couldn't find that for the life of me in the book. I just couldn't find it. It's in there somewhere, but it's just not easy to navigate. Yeah, after 6, it turns to HP. But this person was specifically asking, like, because you can get more than 6. You start with 6, but as you level up, or with certain abilities, you can get more. Yeah, I had the same question. Yeah. I mean, the way to think about it is you get fear whenever the players roll with fear. If they don't roll with fear, you don't get fear. It's just like that's like the canon event kind of thing. But yeah, there's a few things like that which threw me. The next thing on this list I have is there's a lot of complexity for game masters at first. Like when people are like, "Oh, it's a simpler game," to learn, I don't think it is. I think it's a complex game to learn. I think the whole combat, rolling with fear, stuff that we just talked about, is complex and hard to get your head around for both players and GMs. And the players also have a similar amount of complexity with damage and damage thresholds and armor slots. It can be a lot to take in all at once. It's like you're doing a lot when you get hit or take a go. What's my vision of armor? I find it not really interesting. It could be improved. What do you mean? Like just armor slots in general? I want to always get my players to talk about how they use that armor. Like what part of the armor on their body are they using? How are they using it to deflect this thing? But if you switch from stress to fear, it's a separate resource. Yeah, sorry, if I said stress instead of fear by accident there, they are separate resources, yeah. Someone made a Reddit post which showed a diagram of the exact way turn orders resolve, including spend a fear to act at any time. And I was like, why wasn't this in the book? It's very visual and simple. They get one free attack, wasn't it? And each additional spotlight is a fear or something. Can't recall. It's been a hot minute since I read it. Yeah, I'd be interested to see that. All right, next up, I've got the book here, but this is about the maps that came with it. Let me start by saying I think these maps are very, very cool. However, part of me wishes they were just flat, 2D, like land masses. Because writing on this with a pencil, it's very hard to actually see. So you're filling this in with a pencil or a pen, and you're like writing over mountaintops or buildings or weird things, or like writing really small. And I don't know, it feels too busy. It feels too busy. Silence, what's up? You should mark an armor whenever you get hit. There is no point in waiting. There is no strategy factor. That's a shame. I'm sure there's like abilities and stuff, or like builds that like getting hit. Or I'm sure there will be ones in the future that would rather take hit points for whatever reason, because it powers them up or something like that. I think there's more like you might choose to take an armor slot if it's or you might choose to save armor slots for times when you get hit hard and you're taking 3 HP and you want to get that down to 2 HP. So if you're just going to lose 1 HP, it might be worth doing a HP over the armor slot kind of thing. Nice map, thank you. That's what came with the limited edition. Next thing I don't like about Daggerheart is, and this is just a purely me thing, I like my players to roll a lot. I know they like rolling dice, and it's a pity that you just don't roll that much in Daggerheart. You just don't roll that much. The dice have too much impact. So I kind of wish there was something in there where I could roll for silly things to see if they succeed or not, to see how successful they are, without it causing hope or fear or having consequences happen. Now, you can just do that. as a GM, but it's not rules as written, and that's a pity for me. For me. The next thing on my list is it's a fantasy RPG. We've had too many fantasy RPGs come out this year, and the Daggerheart system itself, the hope and fear mechanic, I think it doesn't necessarily have to be tied in with fantasy. And it would have been nice to have seen branching out into different genres. I understand why they did it, and I'm glad they did it. But it is a pity how oversaturated the fantasy market is nowadays. Next up, you need a fear tracker. You've got to go and get some kind of way to track fear as a GM. It's not fun just to write it down on a piece of paper. You want like an abacus or tokens or something like that, and they're very hard to get your hands on. Next thing I don't like about Daggerheart, not enough lore for the adversaries. Tons of adversaries, great adversaries. I want more information about them. I just simply do. Loving life in the last 5 sessions of my current campaign. I'm ready for the final surprise bit. Nice. They're going to think of the next session. They're going to think the next session is session 0 for next campaign, but surprise, Elder Brain Dragon. Very nice. The only thing that bugs me is more a demi-plane thing that the character sheet shows incomplete if not selecting a campaign frame. Oh, does it? Yeah, that's a separate thing. Where you can make them roll and resolve it with a stress. I think Matt Mercer has done that and bypassed the system at least once. Yeah, it's just one of those things that I wish was like built in more. And finally, the one thing I wish this book had, more than anything else, is more encounter stat blocks. And in fact, the real reason I wanted to stream today was to chat through all that stuff. Thank you for the follow, multiculturalist James. But I wanted to pull up the homebrew rules to see how to make our own stat blocks, which we'll do real quick. Hey there, bonus session. Just want to say I enjoyed your video essays and liked your Cosmo review and your maps book one. Thank you. Thanks, James. Welcome in. All right, let me go to the Daggerheart website and download this homebrew rules. Also on info, at times they overstate things, while others they just omit with no explanation. It's difficult, especially coming from D&D, e.g. not giving advantage to attacks while hidden. Yeah, there's a few things where I'm just like, I just cannot find this information. I know it exists. I just can't see it in this rulebook. So this homebrew kit is like something I really want to really dive into more, just in general. But here it is, Daggerheart homebrew kit. And then we can head down to environments, page 18. No page numbers. Alright. Much like adversaries, environments have stat blocks that can provide tools for affecting the PCs and now wider scene. These stat blocks are restricted to combat. You can use environment stat blocks to... These stat blocks aren't restricted to combat. You can use environment stat blocks to enhance any scene, from the intrigue of a festive gala to the danger of crumbling ruins. Okay. So we know there's different types. Exploration, social, traversal, and event. And then creating them is what I really want to look at. Oop, too much. Let's say you want to make a marketplace environment to organize your ideas and prepare some surprises for the PCs. Your party is level 1, so this environment will need to be tier 1 to match. Right. With difficulty and type decided, you can then pick potential adversaries, create features, and write the environment's description and impulses. You can do these in any order. Hold on. This is where we're gonna get crunchy. I'm gonna pull up a doc and we're gonna fill this out. So let's say we want to make a tier 1 environment. Hey Maurice. Hi Felicia, how's it going? Twitch chat is unfortunately not showing up on the page right now, unfortunately. Engineer over there, we really need more encounter stats. We really do. We really, really do. So let's make some. Can anyone think of any common environments that your players could go to in D&D? I was thinking of just like one that could come up a lot and you could reuse is just like a road. Like a least traveled road. Oh, no. What about dangerous road? So it would be like outlaws, bandits attacking you, wildlife, like wolves attack and stuff like that. And you could always just pull it out whenever your players are traveling anywhere. It's like, oh, this is just happens to be like a shady road is better. Trade routes. Bog is good. All right, hold on. Bog. Trade route. What's up, Rising? Swamp. Yeah, let's do swamp instead of bog. I think that they're very similar. Alright. Okay. Rickety Bridge is also very good. Rickety Bridge. I just want to make one of these now. So, let's see what else this says over here. So, these are all gonna be traversal, I believe. They're either they're either exploration, social, traversal, or event, I believe. Yeah, and I think these are all traversal, but that's kind of what I want. I want traversal ones. So the plan here would be to like have a bunch of these that we can just pull out for prep and never have to like think too hard. I think with the examples given, can you not just blanket cover it and just flavor text it, or is there differences? I think there should be differences. Yeah. Pop-up roadside carnival. That is fun. I think that moves more into the exploration or even social stuff. But that is very, very good. All right. So, let's say you want to make a marketplace environment to organize your ideas and prepare some surprises for PCs. Your party is level 1, so this environment will need to be tier 1 to match. Because you don't want the challenges to be overly taxing, you choose to set difficulty to 10. Difficulty 10 for all these, so that's nice and easy. So that's what the players have to beat whenever they roll. Okay. With the tier, difficulty, and type decided, you can then pick potential adversaries. Alright, okay. So let's come up with a potential adversary for every single one of these. So it's tier 1. So we've got Jagged Knife Bandit, which I think is good for the road. Shady Road. And honestly, probably for trade route as well. A giant monster's belly environment is really creative, Armory. Road through some badlands. Yeah, I think Shady Road is kind of what I want for like all those things. Tier 1 environment Twitch chat. A band of IRS, man. Alright. We need something for like you know what? Trade route or Shady Road. I'm gonna change trade route to like middle of nowhere road. Wilderness road. And we're just gonna straight up have a bear. And I think for the rickety bridge, giant mosquitoes flying around could be really stressful. And then we need something for the swamp. Deep Root Defender. If Auntie isn't in the swamp, I'm gonna be upset. Now, Auntie is in Baldur's Gate 3 right now, keeping kids in mushrooms or whatever she was doing. A tiny coven is also fun. We don't want to overcomplicate this. I'm just kind of learning how to make it for now. Next, create some features. Not only will they fill out how the environment mechanically interacts with the PCs, vice versa, they'll give us guidance. First, a passive feature. For this, we ask ourselves, what's a mechanic that would always apply and would represent how things operate in this environment? Oh, this is good. So for the Shady Road, enemies. Passive. Honestly, we need something like the card editor for environments. And yeah, I would love to. I'm going to make all these, probably not on stream, because I think my camera's going to die again soon. And I'm getting hungry. But I'm going to make all these, and I'm going to put them up on Patreon, I think. And I'm going to make them nice, like actual cards. Oversized ribbit, get off my swamp. Shriek. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Could spend fear to make a boulder drop is solid. There's already a mountain pass in the book, Armory, but I do like that a lot. Like, just falling rocks could be on Wilderness Road. We could just say, potentially. But hold on. What's a mechanic that would always apply and represent how things operate in this environment? So let's look at an example of a passive. So there's a cliffside ascent one, which is the climb, which we can straight up steal. We can straight up steal this. So for the rickety bridge, for the cliffside ascent, it's about climbing the bridge, but for the climbing the wall, for the rickety bridge, it's about progressing across the bridge. So, crossing. It sounds so lame, but I picture this like you're crossing over a large drop. The bridge is very rickety. So let's have a look. So passive. Crossing the bridge uses a progress countdown. Gust of wind. That's very good, Piker. That is very, very good. Yeah, we'll probably use that. Yes. Sorry. Take inspiration. Yeah, crossing bridge uses a progress countdown. Let's say 8. It ticks down according to the following criteria. When the PCs make an action roll to cross. Could roll fin, have a slat and impede movement. I like that a lot. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get this down. We can change it. Critical success. Ticks down 3. Success with hope. Tick down 2. Success with fear. Tick down 1. Failure with hope. No advancement. Failure with fear. Tick up 1. When the countdown finishes, or triggers, sorry. The party has made it across the bridge. Yeah, does that make sense? Rickety bridge. Crossing the bridge uses a progress countdown. I'm going to make it the same as 12. So it ticks down according to the following criteria when the PC is making an action roll to cross. A critical success, it ticks down 3. Success with hope ticks down 2. Success with fear ticks down 1. Failure with hope, no advancement. The count triggers, the party has made it fully across the bridge. Okay, that's fine. But then we need other stuff in there to make it dangerous now. So what else is on here? All right, okay. Yeah, spend a fear to make gusts of wind, cause agility, reaction rolls. I'd say agility or finesse. Rolls on a failure. Yeah, they fall. On a failure, the player falls. Taking 1d12 physical damage. That's fun. If the countdown is between 8 and 12, 2d12 between 4 and 7. So this is what we need to set in 3d12. So you wouldn't take more damage because you're not higher up, right? So I think just a flat 2d12 is solid. Thunder Phase make gusts of wind cause agility or finesse reaction rolls. On a failure, the player falls, taking 2d12 damage, and has to climb back up and start as climb damage and climbs back up to the bridge. Wait, how do I word this to make it? Agility or strength? Strength also works. But I like finesse as well, because like you're controlling, you're not dodging anything, you're kind of holding there. So I think you can use any of those there. Strength, agility or finesse reaction rolls. Further player takes d12 damage and climbs back up to start on the bridge again. The countdown ticks up 1. Yeah, I kind of like that. That works. That's solid. This is 3 things. I like spend a fear to summon 1 giant mosquito. Okay, that's pretty solid. I think I like that a lot with the rickety bridge. Now I need to just come up with versions of these for Shady Road, Swamp, and Wilderness Road. How hard could that possibly be? Shrek didn't have it over lava. I don't want to kill the players. I want to make it as easy as... This is tier 1. This is for level 1 characters. Need to specify physical damage. Thanks. Thanks, mate. Yeah. I will be going through all this and fixing it. And probably still changing some of it because it's so close to the climbing one. I don't think it's something I would use either. If I'm being completely honest, I would prefer it to be almost like not so much a countdown, but it would be like, okay, you guys are crossing this bridge. just roll strength, agility, or finesse to see how far you get. And you need to succeed 3 times to get across. And if you fail 3 times, you fall, have to start again. Something like that. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it. Please get this mana sandwich. Yeah, can you tell? Can you tell that I'm like fading? Now, you're right anyway. You're right. I'm actually going to end the stream in a minute because I can't survive like this. Oh, look at my hair. What is happening there? Have them discover a body when they fall. I like that a lot, Pricing. That's very cool, actually. That's a really cool idea. Like, failure leads to more narrative progression. It is really cool. Go big hair or go home. Yeah. Beautiful strawberry blonde locks. It's definitely not ginger. Lots of bodies. Yeah, like, I was thinking, yeah, there'll be bodies down there from other people falling, but I was thinking, like, they go down there and they find a body, and on the body is, like, a letter saying, like, with a quest or something like that. Twould be cool. The bridge could snap, then become a ladder. When they climb down, there's another location or cave. That's cool. Yeah, that is cool. Like, they still get to go to where they're going. They just have to go a different route. I really like that. Actually, silence. Yeah, a recent victim too. Like, they fall and they land on a body. And the body's actually still alive, but if you roll with fear, the impact kills the person. Hashtag epic thought. Yeah, indeed. You know what, guys? I am going to stay streaming for the time being because I'm enjoying chatting to you. I am just going to be right back, though. So, do I have a... Do I have a crappy... No, that's starting soon. What about on here? Solid. Look, I'm a professional. Look at that. Move that off there. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh. Okay. I am back bearing gifts for me. You guys can hear music, right? Is there music playing? Question mark. I got myself a can of Coke and a cereal bar thing to keep me alive in these hard, pressing times. You can hear music? Good, good, good. Alright. Don't mind me. I'm gonna munch down. Oh, it's very faint. I'll turn up a little bit. You guys ever, or is anyone in chat, you ever bought anything from Drive-Thru RPG? I'm thinking about doing a video all about it. Yeah, Daggerheart. So, I'm thinking about doing a challenge video, which is something I've never really done before. But it's if I can get on the best sellers list of Drive-Thru RPG. My camera... Can you believe that? It's supposed to be cool out. Seen ads for hit point press everywhere. Oh, this angle looks pretty good though. Look at my hair. Maybe this is the way. But yeah. Snacks I miss from the UK. Like crisps, a lot of the crisp flavors. Skips mostly. Big Skips fan. Then snacks wise, I'm not too bothered. I had a weird craving for jammy Dodgers the other day, which for anyone not from the UK are like cookies. I was going to say biscuits. They're cookies with jam in the middle. They're really good. Monster Munch, class. What else do they have? Oh, Jaffa Cakes. Ain't no Jaffa Cakes over here. But I feel like I've found things here I really like. So if I move back to the UK, I would miss stuff from here now. I don't think I ever had Smith's Scampi fries. Phil, they brought out a mega jammy Dodger that's like the size of your hand. No, they didn't. I'm gonna Google that. Is it called Mega Jammy Dodger? It's just a cake. Mega Jammy Dodgers. I don't know, I'm not seeing it. I'll have to do my own research and see if I can find one to scale. Giant baby balls. The equivalent over here is Oreos. There's Oreos everywhere.
Now, you might not agree with me, but I think that most food that is small would be better if it was big. And to all my friends outside the UK, today I'm going to introduce you to something. Today my enlarging ray has been aimed at a jammy dodger. Oh, Phoenix. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Leave.
Oh yes. There's no way this.
Wow. God damn it. I'm gonna be doing a lot. But no, the big stuff I miss are obviously the usual fish and chips, Sunday roast, full English breakfast. But out of everything, it's baked beans. Beans on toast. Give me some good Heinz baked beans. You know what we should do well? We should finish off the awful taste by Daggerheart.
But I fear it might not be the best solution. In D&D, your character and yourself are
Well,
totally
I
aligned.
get some sugar.
In that
Well,
you
it's just
don't
sugar-free,
know what's
actually.
coming or what you can
Which
find.
scares me, 'cause I have
But if
no
players
idea
get
what they
to
put into
choose
this
what they
to make it
find,
taste like
that
this
sense of
when
immersion
it's
breaks. And
zero
I'm afraid
sugar,
it
zero
would make
caffeine.
the session feel more like a game as
and
opposed
zero
to a
calories.
world.
What am I drinking?
Interesting take. So the thing is that I'm trying not to be mean.
Yeah, Michael, it's not so much.
But what
I can
hear
find
in
them,
this
but
is a
when I go
player
to
who just has an
restaurants,
awesome
it
GM
sounds so
who
dumb
makes
to
them
say
feel like
restaurants,
this.
but when I go to like
Where it's
pubs
just
and
I feel
bars
like I'm in a world.
that do
I'm
like
that's cool
even
that you have
let's say they do a
Game
full
Master
English,
or
they don't
you're
always have
watching
beans,
a live stream
and that's
where
pretty.
it feels like that, but it's not actually like that. The GM, like I've said, Skylar, throw up the clip that Dieter animated of me throwing the railroad tracks down. This is what GMing feels like. There's a world, and the grand illusion of a game master is to make it feel greater than it actually is, and you're constantly building as you're going. But what Daggerheart kind of does is, and not to be like, this is going to sound a little rude, this is going to sound a little mean, this is giving,
Which YouTuber, obviously I'm not big enough, which YouTuber with over 100k subs do you think is talking about Daggerheart the most? Because people are like, oh, the YouTubers are talking about them. Do you think it's XP's level 3? I know Bob Worldbuilder's done some videos, but everyone else, I feel like they've dipped their toes in. They've done 1 or 2 videos about it over the past couple of months, but they're not like, it's not like everyone's just talking about Daggerheart non-stop.
Started playing D&D, or I haven't really played D&D very much, because the more you play, the more you start to see what the GM is cooking. You kind of know what they're doing, and you can tell, especially if you've GM'd before. Daggerheart is kind of just like, hey, no bullshit, we all know this is made up, right? Okay, we can all kind
that's
of
what the
add into
YouTuber
this
is.
a little bit. The GM did not go through the world's lore and find the one exact thing that is supposed to be in this very chest, or maybe
I love the Coke Zero and Diet Coke slogans. One says 0 sugar and one says no sugar. Yeah. What's the difference? What's going on with them?
they did, but the cool part about Daggerheart is everybody can kind of come up with that together, so it is cool and it is meaningful. What I love...
And XP's levels 3, like Jacob here, his actual play was one of the best examples I've seen, where he will just constantly ask the players to fill in the world for him. Like, okay, what's in this room? He'll just straight up ask, like, what interesting thing is in this room? And his players love it. Like, not all players will like it, but his players are like, oh, there's something weird in here. It's this, this, this. I think it's really cool. Totally chemical is what I'm drinking here. What chemicals? I do not know. I won't be surprised if in like 10 years' time it comes out that these are like, this is killing us all.
About Daggerheart is
like
how
way faster than
cinematic
normal
it can be.
Coke.
And you get that in D&D, but only at very
Which
rare
kills us
moments.
pretty fast.
Yeah. I think that I feel kind of the opposite of this. And when they say that it breaks the sense of immersion, just because when you ask a player that kind of question, it's right in the moment. And to me, it feels more of like, what would you notice about something?
like
or
vaping.
what would you see?
My parents were telling me about some, like, maybe this was just in the UK. I'd never heard of it though, but like I guess like in the 70s or 80s there was a medication that came out, a pill that you could just buy over the counter, and what this pill did was it gave you a tan. Like, you just took one of these a day and you would slowly start to go tanned. Then they discontinued it because it was like killing people, like causing cancer. Like, and nowadays it's like, obviously that's not good for you. Obviously, don't take a pill that causes a tan. That's insane. But then I'm drinking this impossible drink that is 0 sugar, 0 caffeine, 0 calories. And I'm like, obviously it's not good for me. Obviously.
That would make you question something or make you have interest in this.
Yes.
And like in our game, when you were like, what are the trees doing? That's weird. I was like, what would make me be like, that's kind of weird.
You're not making up the game to change the game for yourself. You're helping craft the narrative to tell the story that you already want to tell with your
liver
character.
to orange your skin.
And
wild.
no
That's
matter who you
insane.
are, no matter what
I didn't know that
game you're
ever
playing,
existed until
if
like a few years
you
ago.
sit down at the table and you've created a character, you have already crafted a little bit of a story. And that's for anybody who thinks that like, no, I just make my character and play the game. It's like you have a concept, you have an idea of what your character does. You have a story in mind. So I know
I would like to
mind,
rant a little bit.
Players,
actually, while he's talking about the players doing this, my rant is I've seen a lot of, god damn it, I've seen a lot of GMs recently come out the woodwork, and this is something that's been happened a lot in the past. I've seen it a lot, and I always roll my eyes. And it's GMs. I'm trying to think of the specific situation here. It was to do with Daggerheart, and it was about like the hope and fear mechanic being bad for GMs, because a lot of GMs should just create a world and then they don't choose what happens. It's the world just reacts to the players, and the players choose to do stuff, the world reacts, and the GM is there just to be a referee. And I'm just like, who's deciding how the world reacts? It's you, the GM. Like, you're in charge at any given point. It's like some GMs out there like to be like, sorry, that wasn't me who did that. That was the dice and the world. It's like, no, you did that. It's like, no, this is just how that NPC would react. It's like, you made the NPC and you decided in that moment how he was going to react. And it's crazy. I've just seen it a bunch recently. I'm just like, take some responsibility as GMs. Like, you are in charge at any given moment. Except for when the players decide to try and do something. And you can say like people are just like, oh, yeah, no, he tried to convince the guard to let them through, and they failed. So, of course, they got. It's like, who set the DC? Who decided how hard it was to convince the guard? It was you. It was you, GM. I guess unless you're, like, using an adventure module where you're following very strict guidelines. But, yeah, that's annoyed me recently. I've seen a bunch of that pop up. It's just GMs are just like, I don't know, just take some responsibility for your own games.
are picturing the cool things they want their character to do. And Daggerheart lets you do that.
Yeah.
D&D kind of doesn't. D&D by default is like, no, if you're lucky, you'll get to do something cool.
Yeah.
In Daggerheart, you will. And you will get to show everybody how it happens.
Yeah.
And that's why the what do you find in there aspect of Daggerheart isn't about make up the treasure. It's about what would be cool, what would make sense and be cool that your character would find in this moment. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's trying to make your games a little bit more cohesive in my mind. I mean, and I get it. It's not going to be for everybody, and that's totally okay. But there are things from Daggerheart that are so awesome that you can like take and use for your own games that I don't think it's worth just being like, I really hate this because I don't understand it. It's like, well, yeah, you just don't understand it. So why are you hating it?
You also could just not do that.
Yeah.
You could also just be like, all right, me and my players don't really like to do this, so we're not gonna.
There's already 100 people typing comments right now that are like, actually, my group plays exactly like this really hardcore method way, and we really have fun with it. Yeah,
that's great.
Dude, so do I. Like, I love that too. But that just...
Philistines? Bras? Why bras? Bonus reactions? Very good. Sorry, that took me a second. I have channel memberships on YouTube. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If anyone wants to help support me on there or on Twitch, it's up to you. But I have the group in there that's called the Bonus Action Faction, which I need to change now to be the Bonus Reaction Faction. And I kind of like that, the Bonus Reaction Faction. But it's kind of a mouthful. Philistines is good, but I'd rather it has something to do with the channel than me, if that makes sense. I like the example of the expert climber experience PC, climbing a wall, simply climbing a wall. Yeah. Sorry, in the book, I like how this conundrum is handled. Make dice rolls for things you want to matter. If you don't feel like narrative benefits a failure, don't give a roll. Yeah. Phil, have you linked your main channel with the other channel to show it's one of yours? No. I don't want... I want people to, like... I want YouTube to start pushing my second channel on its own. Kind of. I guess I've, like, done community posts about it. But no, I haven't linked them. I don't think you can link them. I think you can, like, have a featured channel on there. Apologies for almost... But no, it's fine. It is fine. I appreciate you looking out for me. Dude, the time that I get channels copying me like that is the time I know I've made it. You know? Did I tell you? I must have told you guys this. Actually, hold on. I got recognized for the first time. Out and about. Someone... It was in my local game store. I may have told this story already. It was the other week. I was in my local game store. I was looking at card sleeve holders for Daggerheart stuff. And some guy comes up to me and says, hey, just by the way, I love your videos. It's something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Honestly, I don't remember fully because I froze up. I got so shy. I think I have told you guys this. Time for merch, yeah. Yeah, this guy, and he was really cool, and he was like, love your stuff, thank you so much, and he kind of walked away, and then some other guy who overheard was like, oh, YouTube channel, should I be watching? And I genuinely just went to him, I was like, I'm sorry, I've got very shy all of a sudden, and the guy's like, okay, no worries, and he kind of just left me alone, but I was like so embarrassed about it, but then afterwards I was buzzing, I was like, that's so cool, that like, someone like, recognized me and then came up and said hi, and then it gave me an ego. Then I walked around downtown Toronto thinking, who's going to come and approach me now? And then no one did. Of course no one did. I think I only have power in place of worship, which is like D&D and Daggerheart worship, which is game stores or nerdy D&D nights, or probably cons if I ever go to a con. Outside of that, I have no power. But yeah, time for merch. In settings, you can link them. It's how people like Mr. Beast have all his channels on his main channel as a hub. Makes it easier for new people to find them. I will look into that, Sans.
Does it mean that you now get to go, ooh, Daggerheart is actually really bad because it doesn't do that? It's like, no, bro. That's insane. What?
No, $20 for an autograph, $10 for a picture. But I get to keep both. You don't get to walk away with them.
Why do people keep calling Daggerheart a Powered by the Apocalypse game? So I've noticed in a lot of the discourse around Daggerheart that a lot of people are calling it a Powered by the Apocalypse game. Not inspired by or similar to, but Daggerheart is a PBTA game, which is just not true. Holy shit! Wait, I'm on this person's side. I haven't actually played Daggerheart, but I know enough about the mechanics to know that mechanically it actually has very little in common with most PBTA games. Oh my god, we found gold in the Reddit mine. Somebody being like, hey, maybe we're generalizing this a little too much. Or maybe we shouldn't generalize this thing. When all you know is D&D and Powered by the Apocalypse, I guess you just have to pick one. That's funny. Daggerheart has killed my motivation to keep building my own game. Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. This is just...
I've seen a few of these kind of things where people were developing stuff and they were like, I don't want to do it now because blah, blah, blah. And it's like, they should be the other way around. It should be inspiring you more.
This is just someone who made something similar and now they're like, well, what's the point of making it now because it's already made?
Just the faction.
First,
is
let's
good,
get one
Piker.
thing straight. Daggerheart isn't as fresh as you think. Powered by the Apocalypse Engine game. God damn it. Okay.
That's hell funny.
So this post is somebody who made a system that is somewhat similar to Daggerheart, and now their motivation is entirely killed about writing their own system. Look, I don't want to say that, like, because you're right. Yeah, I think a lot of people tend to feel that. I have felt this 100 times before. It was like, oh, I was going to do that. But that doesn't mean you can't learn from the experience. And that's what I always do moving forward, is whenever something is similar to the thing I was already going to do, that means I was kind of on the mark.
Yeah. I also do think that, like, Daggerheart's still not perfect. I think anyone who says it's absolutely perfect is kind of coping. I think it's very, very good. But there's improvements on it. And there's certainly, like, there's a world, like, people think that a narrative game is supposed to be, like, less crunchy. But you could totally, like, make a crunchier Daggerheart game. Like how Pathfinder kind of and Draw Steel did with D&D. I don't know. You can surely this will help you. You know, you know exactly what to do and what not to do and how to improve on it now.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
And that
Just go
I
straight
should
for
find a
laminated
way
pictures,
to
yeah.
make mine unique from this other thing. It can be disheartening and, like, kill your motivation. But I don't know. I like to be.
Taken 6 editions of D&D and it's still not perfected. Yeah, I think the argument is that, like, it might be perfect for some tables and some GMs, but there's so many different ways of playing and different styles of playing that there's never going to be the one system to rule them all. It's like giving us building blocks and saying, see, that works. Exactly, yeah. The only issue with Daggerheart is the lack of credit for all the playtesters. I've seen that a bunch. I thought they had, like, online. I thought they talked about it all and had all that there. Or are you specifically angry that there's not anything in the book? Like, really, there's only a leg to stand on if you signed a contract or agreed that if you playtested the game, you would get credit. Because if you didn't, then it's like a focus group at watching a movie. Should they be in the credits because they were in a focus group of it? I don't know.
Encouraging. I think you could still totally make a system that maybe is a little bit similar, but it's kind of your own vibe. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Don't feel like just because they did something that's similar to your thing doesn't mean that your idea isn't still unique.
That does suck that you were kind of passionate.
And Simon, that just comes from someone I've worked on, like, a ton of movies and TV shows professionally where I don't have my name in the credits. I have name credits of some of them, others I don't. So I just I know that it, like, is annoying, especially if you put your heart and soul into making something and you're not in the credits. But unfortunately, it's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. There's just not enough room in the credits, or there's many, many, many reasons why people wouldn't show up there. But it is what it is.
About something, and now it feels like it's a waste.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
All right. r/D&D Circle Jerk predicts Daggerheart. Why I removed initiative in my games altogether. Spider-Man saying, that's a cute opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you?
Oh, God.
Pathfinder fixes this. Daggerheart doesn't tell good stories. You do.
Oh, that got us in the first half, and then it was like, actually, you do.
Are there any reviews for Daggerheart 1.0 where the reviewers actually played the game?
I thought
and they were
Trickos.
relatively unbiased,
Yeah.
or is it just
Trickos
too
came
early
from
for
it
that?
like he thought he wouldn't like it, right? And then he
Suggest me
did like
reviews
it.
of Daggerheart where the reviewers actually played the 1.0 version of the game and not just read a book or the SRD and was relatively unbiased. Yeah, that is true. A lot of people are just doing that. It's just clickbait videos. That's what I did. I just big clickbaited everybody and went.
Are there any reviews for Daggerheart 1.0 where reviewers actually played the game and are relatively unbiased? It's so funny. Like, when people are like, oh, he likes the game too much, he must be biased. Like, there has to be a reason for being biased. Unfortunately, I do think all creators are biased to some degree because they don't want to get cancelled. They want to make money. They want to get views. But a lot of times, being honest about this kind of thing is how you do that stuff. So, like, content creators are more likely to kind of give an honest opinion. I also think in Daggerheart's defense, if you are going to have content creators being dishonest or exaggerating, it's towards the negative. I think we've all seen it. Like, a creator is far more likely to say something bad about a product because negative reviews get more views. It's just a fact. Negative reviews and reactions do better on YouTube. So the fact that there's not as many of negative stuff about Daggerheart means that it's even better than people think it is.
I know
This
everything about
browse made possible by
Daggerheart. That's what I
Coke
said. I
Zero
said those
decaf.
words exactly. It definitely wasn't my first impressions
Cancer in a
of
can.
Daggerheart and what I think about them. Review from folks who have actually played. You can find them here. All right, who are they? We got Paladin Pros, Tall Paul, and we got Flamey the GM. And Matthew Mercer's in the thumbnail, so you lose 1,000 points.
Okay. So there's this little channel called Arcane Arcade where we live stream the game,
They
and
played the full thing?
that was the first time playing it for a lot of us, and for Jacob too. And there, I would say the first.
I mean, I always take things for granted from creators. I mean, the Dungeon Dudes didn't say anything during the live review talking about 2024 Ranger, but gave funny comments on their videos. Yeah. Sometimes, if I'm live, I realize afterwards that my opinion was wrong, or when I sit with something, it changes as well. But just in general, like, content creators are just humans, especially in like the D&D space. A lot of these people are. It's not like we went to school studying TTRPGs. I'm sure some people did, but it's just opinions, right? So, like, look at ours, take our opinion. Look at someone else's, take their opinion. Play the game yourself, look at your opinion. And then we can all get along and have a fun discussion and make content around it. But when people are looking at content creators, like we said earlier, just being like, tell me how to think, so I know how to think, that's an issue. We want to buy a copy, but it's always sold out in Australia. Oh, sorry, Rifki. Hopefully soon, man. Hopefully you'll get it soon. A friend of mine was working on a side system for D&D based on a childhood game he likes. We played Daggerheart, and one of the things he said was, I'm sad I liked it so much. Yeah. Not related to that, but I see that a lot. I feel like some people are like, they want to go in not liking it, so they just are sad when they do like it. Like, God damn it, why does it have to be so good?
First half of it is a lot of Jacob getting kind of frustrated. Not actually frustrated, but he was kind of confused and was like, I feel like I'm playing this wrong.
Mm-hmm.
This feels not right. I don't understand these rules, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of go through that. And then we go on a
Go
break.
to school,
we kind of talked about
learn how
it.
to make
and we were like,
TTRPGs.
hey,
I've just been
we
trying
gotta
to
let go
learn
a
through
little bit.
personal
And
study.
then we came back.
Yeah, I wish there were like
we played the
courses
game.
for it.
I saw The Matrix, dude. I figured out what the game wanted from me. And it was genuinely like...
When I did an interview with the creators of the game, I interviewed Matt Mercer and Spencer Stark. This is what Spencer said. He said, there's a moment that every GM goes through. And it takes some longer than others, but they always get there. They start playing Daggerheart, and they are a fish out of water. It's weird. They're like fumbling around, confused, trying to make it work. But then it clicks. There's like a moment where it just goes kaboom, like Vine boom. And now they understand what the game is like trying to accomplish. And then they lock in, and it just becomes the best thing ever for them. And it happened to me. I'm trying to think when the moment was that I think it was probably, it was the first time I used a encounter environment. I think I used like the Raging River environment, but also I think I was just running it like D&D. I can't remember the exact specific thing, but I was running it like I would run D&D, and it was probably just like a very unoriginal, like, oh, you guys are in a tavern right now, what do you want to do? And the players tried to do something. They tried to get information, out. Oh no, this was it. They were in a marketplace shopping, and a player tried to negotiate for cheaper items, and they failed the presence check with fear. So the shopkeep who was selling stuff, like, they had a falling out, and then he just kicked him out and said, "I will not sell anything more today. I'm closed." That was the consequence. It was done. They couldn't buy it anymore. And in D&D, they'd just be like, "Okay, I steal it," or "I try again," or another player will come up and try and negotiate, or they'll just keep, or they'll do whatever. But in Daggerheart, there was this very legitimate consequence that the player pushed their luck. I told them what would happen if they failed. They pushed their luck. They tried to get money off, and they would have got money off if they rolled well. They rolled badly. They lost out on buying the thing entirely. It was, I don't know, it made me just be like, awesome. And now that scene's over. Now we're in a different scene completely. We pushed like through there. In D&D, it always felt like I would get stuck in places for too long sometimes because people would just keep trying to do things until they get what they wanted, or they would find a way around it. But and I could have done that in D&D. I could have just said, you rolled badly, so now they're kicking you out the shop, but it would feel too harsh. It would feel like a jerk DM move to be like, okay, no, you failed, you're out now. But in Daggerheart, it kind of makes it okay to be a jerk. If they fail with fear, it's like, yeah, sorry, what else can I do? You got your copy of Daggerheart in the mail today, been playing in a campaign for a bit, but it'll be so cool to have the real cards now. Yeah, have you just been using like a digital version, or did you print them out, Carl?
I was freaking Poe in Kung Fu Panda, and I was like, oh, I'm like water. You just have to be free, because the whole point of the game, I know people are tired of hearing it probably, follow the fiction is the idea. It's the narrative comes first. What you want to do, then the rules let you figure out how it works. And even then, the rules are there to help you and guide you through those moments so that you can make something really cool and cinematic and fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's not for everybody. That's totally fine.
Jacob
but
gets
it's
it.
a lot of fun.
This guy
you should try
gets it.
because it's a good time, and I really like it.
I feel like the first time you play D&D, it's a little bit frustrating, and it's a little bit like, I don't understand this. I don't. There are still times where I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how spells work still. I still don't know how to use a spell. But I think that's what a lot of people are getting tripped up on, is like, I know how to play these role-playing games, I know how to do this, and now there's a new one, and I have to learn it, and I have to unlearn some things, and that's too much, and I don't want to do that.
And that's the frustrating part, is that it would be like if D&D was new or something, it was a new system, and people didn't understand spells, and a lot of people were just like, so I think I'm going to remove spells from the game because I just don't, do they not make a lot of sense to anybody else? Like, I just don't get this. And it's like, they're actually like
I think the equivalent isn't that. The equivalent is more like D&D just came out and people are playing with it. Like 5e just came out. And then people are just like, it seems complex to have like actions and bonus actions. I think I'm just going to allow my players to have 2 normal actions, and they can either do a bonus action or an action, whatever they want. Like, that's kind of it. But there's a very specific reason why there's bonus actions, and it's to stop people from like doing way too much with a go compared to like martial users who can't cast spells, like doing stuff with them. Like, but yeah, it's similar to that, and I think that would happen. Like, D&D definitely has a lot of like weird complexities that when you first start playing or first read about it, you're like, this is weird. Why can't my player just cast 2 spells? Or why don't we just say they can only cast 1 spell? Why is it like, oh, they can cast a leveled spell and a cantrip? Isn't that weird? But yeah.
Core fundamental part of the game, and they're really, really fun. And if you understand them, then they're really cool, and they can make for awesome games. Yeah. And it's frustrating to see people not give it a chance. And that's where I really want to like top this video off, is that
my other pet peeve as well, I should say, is when people attack the initiative system, or lack of initiative system, I should say. and people will be like, I just like to know exactly when a player can go. I like having that structure. Just having it all loosey-goosey feels weird. It's like, that's what it is outside of combat in D&D. Like, when you're not in combat, why don't you be in turn order at all times at your table then? Why are you not in the tavern having a drink, and whose go is it now? Oh, you go and try and seduce the barkeep? Okay, whose turn is it now? Like, why not be like that? Because it holds the game back. Initiative holds the game back. And the truth is, we've been playing initiative-less outside of combat for years, so it just kind of comes quite easily once you get used to it to do the same thing within combat.
I'm not frustrated at people criticizing Daggerheart. Criticize it. Like, that's how it gets better. I think right now, though, we're in a weird spot where everybody's expecting instant answers about the system, and the system's complicated. And there's a lot of nuance to it, and you kind of need to play it to get it. And I think there's a lot of bad faith criticism coming out of mainly Reddit of people who get an idea of what they think it is and go, I don't like that. And it's like, you actually don't understand it, which is crazy. So anyways, that's what I wanted to do today, was say, can you just chill out, dude? Can you chill out
down a little bit?
and have fun?
Yeah.
Go play the game and have fun, and stop yelling on Reddit and YouTube.com.
If you really don't like it, if you try it, you play it, you read it, you do all this, you whatever, you really don't like it, there's a million other games you can play.
Oh my God, there
are so many.
It's insane.
If I didn't like, actually, that's why I really love Call of Cthulhu, is because there's no spells in it. I don't have to worry about that.
Emma's favorite systems have no magic.
I just like playing a regular guy. I just like playing a guy.
Everybody wants to homebrew 5th edition to be what they want it to be. Daggerheart wants you to do that.
Yeah.
It's like, please change me to be what you want me to be. Do you want to be tactical game on a map? You can do that. Do you want to have a complicated magic system? It is the system of Daggerheart. Its magic system isn't very complicated, but you could very easily make it.
Awesome advice, thanks.
Oh my God, easier than D&D.
I think the idea of other game systems, like a lot of free league games where players share initiative slots
made by theater
and the
kids.
group
It's
decides
now
which player takes
Pathfinder-
it during that round. The Cosmo RPG has a really fun initiative system. I played the Cosmo RPG, then I went back to D&D, then I played Daggerheart, and I'm like, D&D is the worst initiative system that I've played, in my opinion, for my GMing style. The Cosmo system is just like, if you want to go fast, you get to go first as players, but you only get 2 actions. If you want to go slow, you get to go later, and you get 3 actions. And then within those windows, it's initiative-less in the sense where you kind of the players decide between themselves who goes first. But it's really, it's kind of got like a tactical side to it, which makes it feel more like a Final Fantasy style combat game. And then Daggerheart's just like, the free flow mechanic's so good that, just going back to D&D is just like, oh great, I guess. And I'm fully aware that part of my thing here is that I think I just played D&D for too long, and I just I got bored of it, and that's all it is. And like in a year's time, I'll be bored of Daggerheart combat, and I'll be like, man, I can't wait for like a proper initiative again. So we'll see. No initiative turns also means no people are left waiting around for the min-maxer to finish doing their 30-minute long turn. Well, in Daggerheart, players can still take long-ass turns. they can definitely still but it's more easy for them to be like, hey, it's my go, I want to move here, and I'm going to... And as GM, you can, while you think about that, can we just jump to this person? Cool. Or you can just spend a fear to interrupt them. Though I gotta say, the interrupting fear mechanic, I don't like. I only do if it's in between people's goes. I don't think I've ever or will ever interrupt a player mid-sentence when they're doing a go. And I presume that's how it's intended. All right, Maurice, catch you later.
Fix is this.
Nice. Oh, good video. Solid video. Great video idea as well. Just like, I'm just gonna read through Reddit and rant and rant about people ranting. Ba-ba-ba. So I'm just seeing if there's any other recent YouTube videos that have come out that are well worth checking out. Watch that. No new news on that one. I hope Darrington Press releases an Adversary Environments book. The art style is so good. I'm sure they will. I mean, look, the title of this stream is Things I Dislike in Daggerheart. I'll tell you what the biggest thing I dislike is. It's that they've... But I'm going to like it in the long term. But they've said they're going to, like, work hard on every book and not release things that often. So there's going to be long wait times between official releases. I'm sure we'll get like some really good third-party stuff in the interim, but it means that who knows when we'll get the next Daggerheart book. The vibe I got was like it's going to be like a year. We won't like from now. It's going to be like 12 months before we see anything new from Darrington. Except like the character in a box card stuff. Yeah, they're releasing stuff in beta and Void a lot. That is very cool. Was the last thing they released still the transformation cards? I thought you call him me dumb. You're like, yeah, the voice, the idea, dumb. I'm like, okay, bro. No, the void's good. I wonder if we're gonna see anything just get not released from the void. Like if they're gonna release like they release something in the void and they're just like no one likes that. So or it's too overpowered. So we're just never releasing it. The fast slow mechanic is really neat. Yeah. I hate that I can't see Twitch anymore. Sad face. Oh, guys, once again, if anyone's watching this, if anyone's come in recently, please like the video. Hit like. Say hi, even if you've not said hi yet. Fine if not. I don't mind lurkers. You can just skulk from the shadows, by all means. But it really helps the channel a lot. Alright. My favourite thing about Daggerheart is still this Reddit. I absolutely love it. Yeah, what do you guys think is going to be the most popular campaign frame to play in? Obviously, Age of Umbra right now has the edge because of the hit actual play show. I've also heard a lot of people playing Beast Feast, which I was surprised at. I went Witherwild. I went Witherwild. I would have thought most people would go Witherwild because it's the most classically fantasy out of all of them, even though it's really not classically fantasy at all. And then I also would love to play Five Banners Burning. I'd love to do like a proper political Game of Thrones style war vibe. Motherboard honestly looks scary to me. It looks way too complex. And so does Colossus of the Drylands. But the idea of playing like a Western style fantasy, I think would be awesome. Beast Feast mechanic is just a love letter to Monster Hunter. Ah. The demo vid was amazing. What demo vid? Oh, for Beast Feast? Love them. Absolutely love these dice. Never get to roll them because I'm a GM, sorry. But so cool. I'm low-key annoyed that they're like Critical Role are releasing their own dice and they're not shaped like this. That's fun. Not played Daggerheart. How hard would it be to convert a D&D campaign to the Daggerheart system? I think the hardest thing, the only real thing, would be converting the characters who are already there. I think that's all you would need to do. And that would depend on the characters. Some D&D classes and ancestries are more easily converted than others. But it's possible. I know people have done it. What's up, Jesse? Hey, I'm 2 sessions into Witherwild mixed with Sablewood starter. How are you finding it? Those two feel like they would merge into each other really well. I've been trying to figure out if I want to make my Witherwild campaign part of a bigger world. Like, I'm sure we've all had the thought of, like, what if we took every single one of these and put them in the same world? But it doesn't really work because, like, Beast Feast is so, like, cartoony, in my mind anyway, that you can't really place it anywhere. Age of Umber is so dark and grim. You could kind of have, like, pocket dimensions or areas where that are so separate from the rest of the world, I guess. The Witherwild's really hard because they have 7-day days and 7-day nights. And their own, like, weird pantheon. But it's possible to say. It's just, that's an island where things are really weird. Like, over there is a weird island. And then close to the Drylands is, like, apocalyptic. And Motherboard is, like, so otherworldly. So it's kind of hard. Genki Zenkai, how's it going? But yeah, you just have to remake the characters. And then it's harder. I wouldn't recommend moving your current campaign over unless you have been doing the campaign for a long time and you plan on doing it for a very long time. Like, you care about, like, being able to say, like, oh, we've been playing the same campaign for 7 years. It's doable. I actually think it wouldn't be easy, but I think it would be fun. It would be fun to sit down during, like, a session 0 and get all your characters with your players and be like, what is this character most like? What is this? But you'd have to be okay with breaking canon to some degree, like retconning some stuff. For example, if you have a rogue, they have an ability to slip into the shadows and appear anywhere else. And if they couldn't do that before, well, now they can. So you got to be like, oh, they've always been able to do that. Or come with some other reason why they can now do that. I feel like Motherboard is going to be the least popular, while Beast Feast and Five Banners Burning will be popular with anime fans. Witherwild will be popular with video game fans. Ah, interesting take. Yeah. I also think Witherwild will be popular with anime fans as well. It's got like a Avatar vibe to it. Yeah, Five Banners could match with Colossus, different continents, different cultures, yeah. Oh, you're running a Motherboard one, Dennis? Oh man, I bet it's fun though. But yeah, I can imagine it's a lot. It's really not hard to make a campaign frame. I think the more people explore the book, the concepts, we'll see a ton of those come out. Yeah. I think the challenge is going to be people creating campaign frames that are, like, unique enough to warrant existing. Because there's only so many just traditional fantasy world campaign frames you can have. Like, they all, like, start to blur into one. But it's gonna be. I think if you're creating a campaign frame, to make it really stand out, it has to have, like, a really interesting mechanic of some kind. At least one very interesting mechanic. We're converting over to Daggerheart Force. It was easy because almost every character had taken magic and the shit. Anyway, nice. It works well. Next session you'll have Dungeon Delve queued up. Very cool. Yeah, I think Motherboard's gonna be it's gonna be the one that people work their way up to and it'll become a fan favorite. You're imagining a thumbnail of me forcing the D&D logo into the Darrington Press logo. I tried playing Daggerheart in D&D. This is how it went. It's not bad. And it broke me. I'm not doing a Motherboard one, but I'm about to explain to my group the different frames and ask them which they are most interested in. We'll see how that goes. I think that's smart, Dennis. If you're happy playing all of them, thank you for the follow, Thonk01. And thank you for the subscription with Prime, Thonk01. Yeah, if anyone's got that sweet Amazon Prime money, you can head over to Twitch and give it to me for free. I really appreciate that. Great job covering that. Thank you, Thonk. Yeah, I apologize. I don't have my my Twitch chat up on screen right now because it broke. It be broken. So I might not see all Twitch chats, but I'm trying. I'm like scanning like 3 different monitors at any given time. You like the idea of Motherboard, but you're just worried about players getting bored of the Icarus and not finding new weapons. I've not looked enough in to know what the Icarus is, to be honest. The whole thing just scared me. The whole thing just scared me. You guys seen this post? Breaks my heart. Everyone called out sick, and they set up the whole thing. Look how nice this looks. Tape measure for ranges, all the tokens out. Oh, the limited edition. He's got the GM screen behind there. All these. Oh, he was doing the pre-made thing. Pens all laid out, how to play. Oh, that breaks my heart. The only thing that would make this worse is if he had a bunch of snacks here, like he'd prepared. Like a full Sunday roast, and everyone cancelled. Did they leave their address? I'll get a flight over. Yeah, Reddit come through. Funnily enough, they did not leave their address on here, which is crazy. So you're making a session 0 where you vote on the campaign frame being the DM. You honestly like them all. Yeah, hard to choose. But if you had to, Beazle, if you had to choose one, which one would you most want to play in, do you think? Because the one I want to play is different. I want to play Motherboard, or I want to play the Colossus one. But to GM, I'd rather GM. I honestly would like to GM Age of Umber, because I want to kill my players. Think you're gonna run Colossus next? Nice, Mike. You'd love to play the Banquet one for a short campaign? The Banquet? Oh, Beast Feast. Yeah. I don't know. I think Beast Feast is too silly for me. I played a D&D version. Like a Delicious in Dungeon inspired one where it's like Beast Feast. You go into dungeons, you kill animals and then you cook stuff with it. I'm just not that big of like a cook fan. Like they were asking me like, oh, how do you prepare the meat? What do you do with the vegetables to make them taste nice? And I'm like, I just fry them and put salt on there. I don't know. I'm just not. My palate's not refined enough. There's other people around the table who were like, oh, I do this special thing with the meat where I massage it first and I get it juicy, and then I do this, and then I make like a stew. I make like a gravy with that. I'm like, I don't know that stuff. But everyone else loved it. Like, it was a hit. Wait, what am I? Where did Daggerheart? I know 2 of my players would love collecting scrap and 3 would hate it. I'm heartbroken. My next campaign choices were Candlekeep Mysteries, Tyranny of Dragons, Cold Netherdeep, and Ghost of Saltmarsh. So obviously everyone said, yeah, let's be pirates. Yeah, people aren't going to pass up the pirate. I feel like you'd want to run something like Motherboard. Yeah. I would like to do. So the next TTRPG I want to run, if I can convince a group to do it, I would love to play Cyberpunk. I would love to play Cyberpunk. Or like a superhero one. Was it Masks? And the 3 Wither tokens out, no scars yet. Good. Yeah. I've been making my games very easy so far. I've been scared to accidentally kill a player too early. Most of my players I've played D&D with for years, and they've never died in D&D. So I don't want to accidentally kill one of them in Daggerheart in the first handful of sessions. CBR plus PNK by Mythworks. Oh, I'll check it out. So I'm on the Daggerheart Reddit seeing if there's anything fun. My player asked me if it's okay for him to repair the armor of another character. In my last session, one of my players asked me if it would be okay to use one of his rest actions to repair the armor of another character. After a few seconds of thought, I allowed it because I did not come up with the reason why this should not be possible. What do you guys think? I think that's 100% in the rules that they can do that, right? You can do personalized armor instead, yeah. It is very funny how many of these posts are, and there's nothing against it, it's like I said, some of this stuff's hidden in the core of the book, so it's nice to be able to come here. But so many of these posts are just like a question and then immediately the answer with a page number on the thing. But then there's so many other comments. Callisto 6, good watch, okay. Confused on the wording of the Atheris ability. Hallowed Soul. When you roll with hope, instead of gaining hope, you can instead spend a hope to clear stress. So I've experienced this as well with players. They get a little confused when they see the same word over and over again. But it's literally, it's the same with D&D. If you read it sentence by sentence, bit by bit, it makes sense. When you roll with hope, so that's the trigger. Instead of gaining hope, because you would gain a hope, when you roll with hope, you can instead spend a hope to clear a stress. So that's kind of it. It's kind of weird, but it's it's as if, imagine, if you did get the hope, then you would spend 2 hopes to clear the stress, is like the equivalent of it. But yeah. Can I lower the music? I can. How's that? There's something very aesthetic about Daggerheart as well. Like, it's nice to look at these kind of setups. It's Make a Monday. Post pictures of cool stuff you made for your game. For in-person with minis. Ah, yes. This guy's awesome. So cool. Age of Awakening is a good name for a campaign frame. When a PC fails an attack roll or succeeds with fear, do I get to full-on spotlight an adversary, move attack, use features? Or do I only get a quick base attack, minor consequence? Because from what I understood, I need to spend a fear to spotlight adversaries. Yeah, no. When a player rolls with fear or fails an attack, it's pretty much the same as you spending a fear. Like, it just allows you to do what you would be able to do when you spend a fear. I don't understand a fear mechanic. On a roll with fear, you can do all this stuff. I understand the last 4. They are mechanical extras in a fight. The first one makes sense because of the way Daggerheart handles combat. But what exactly does number 2 mean? Make an additional GM move. It says you can spend a fear to... But do I have to do it? And if yes, I can't make an additional GM move, whatever that entails, if I don't have fear. And if no, why spend one? In every system I've played so far, I, as the GM, direct and guide the story. Oh, this is what I've read in the past and I was complaining about earlier. In every system I've played so far, I, as the GM, direct and guide the story. So I do things when they seem appropriate. Yeah, but you don't take turns in combat when they're appropriate. Engage the group in a fight, introduce a new monster, change the scene. Yeah. And if I don't see the need to do these things, I don't do them. So what's an additional GM move in this scenario? In combat, you are stuck doing the mechanics of the game. You can't just go whenever you want in D&D. So people just forget about like very key things, I think, when they're complaining. Which is like, the problem here is it's a legitimate question of like, do I have to spend fear to do stuff? Because in D&D, I don't have to spend fear to do stuff. I can just do stuff. It's a very legitimate question. It's just the way they've like phrased it is it's tilted me. Just like where I feel to share with stream, Lucky Battle Mats have really upped what they offer. If more new people are getting it, really, I'll have to look at them. What confused me today was all the steps for Fireball to work against a group in Daggerheart. What are the steps for Fireball in Daggerheart? Yeah, Fireball seems to need multiple rolls for it to work. It is a D20 damage AoE, so... What? I've not actually looked at this. See, this is a classic case of the book not being great. How do I find Fireball in here? It's not in the index. You'd think it would be. Nope. Page 333. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Three. Fireball. Make a spellcast roll against a target within very far range. On a success, hurl a sphere of fire towards them that explodes on impact. The target and all creatures within very close range of them must make a reaction roll. Targets who fail take d20 plus 5 magic damage using proficiency. Targets who succeed take half damage. Okay, so you're asking all the players to roll. That's like D&D, right? Yeah, to see if they get hit, and then, but you only roll the damage once. So if they targets who fail, they just take half. So they're gonna hit regardless, but they're just rolling to see if they take half damage or not. So yeah, you just roll once. You get all the players to roll, unless I'm missing something, unless I'm misunderstanding it, but. Fireball. Did I stutter? I cast Fireball. I want to look at these low-key battle mats now, because I need some new ones, because mine are falling apart, and it's not because they're bad, it's because I've used them so goddamn much. Giant battle mats, wilds. Oh man. Big box of dungeon doors. Interesting. Hold on. Let me have a look. See them on Amazon. They're cheap. It's 37 bucks for this big book of battle mats, rooms, vaults, and chambers. Solid stuff. Yeah, maybe I'll put it on my my birthday list or Christmas list. I saw they add-on scenery, which is just what I'm looking for. Not sure if EU stores are offering them though. Film circus, you're gonna have business expenses, yeah. It's a spell that needs a spell roll, but also a reaction roll from you. Yeah, it is true. It is a lot of rolls. I'll give you that. I will give you that. Rolls, spellcast, cast works or doesn't. Reaction, this is the hit or miss, and then damage full half. It's not too tough. Yeah. Yeah, the reaction is just side effects. So it's like, you roll to see if it hits the target, which I believe has to be a person. Then you roll damage. Then you ask the players to roll to see if they take half or not. Is how I would do it, in my mind, that order. But yeah, Mike, I think you're right. It is a lot of rolls for Daggerheart. For the spellcast roll, I assume it's against the DC of all in the blast, or is it a single target? It's just, I believe, the original spellcast roll is to hit the target. So it's just one DC. And then anybody close needs to roll to see if they take half damage or not. They get hit automatically. I think. I could be wrong. That's how I'm understanding it. You got far too many Loki maps now? Yeah. They're so useful, though. I want to get enough to just cover my entire room. Like, the whole floor. Well, today didn't go to plan. I wanted to record a section for my next video, diving more into encounters, but since my nice camera died, I don't want to do it with this camera. No offense, this camera. But it's fine. I'll film tomorrow. But it's been fun chatting with you guys. Thank you so much for chilling with me for so long. Even when I got hungry. Now I feel like we're just advertising Loki maps. Yeah. That's where your money goes. Yeah, I'm surprised they're not more popular, honestly. I'm sure they are very popular. You don't see them a lot in like YouTube videos and stuff of people talking about it. Zipper fist, thank you. I'll try. Yeah, it's fun. The whole community is awesome. Just in like D&D and probably Daggerheart will develop. There is like a dark side to the community, some outliers out there, but overall it's a great like community to make content for. Jeremy Dodger Giant was the name of the big one, just FYI, Phil. Thanks, Silence. It's good to know. I'm gonna look it up now. No, this is the same thing we watched earlier. No, this is not. I can't find the official one. Oops. This? Oh, you know what? I think I have seen one of these. Yeah, I think I've come across one of these. It's not that big. Does everyone else get TTRPG ads tags? Yeah, I do. Check the creative corner. All right, 1 second. Oh, you made the Rickety Bridge? Haha, amazing, dude. How'd you make this so fast? Was this the card editor? No. Wait, what'd you do here? You've been doing some photoshopping? Gust of wind on a fail, summon giant. Yeah, I like it. I want to change it a little bit, but that's freaking awesome. Thanks for that, Alexander. I'm actually gonna use that. That was so fast. Yeah, the dream is to just get like a whole like couple of pages of just those cards, so that I think I could genuinely just run a session without any prep if I had those, you know. I'm coming from the Warhammer tabletop community. There are always a small amount of crazy loud people. Yeah. People just aren't happy in life sometimes, and they take it out on their hobby. Charles convinced my accountant that these are business expenses. Shocked face gone wrong. Dude, I still remember when I wanted to try and make my Japan trip part of my tax write-offs, because I bought some dice while I was there. But I definitely didn't go just to buy the dice for the video. I went on holiday. It's not going to work though, unfortunately. But the subway ride I took in Toronto to go to Yellow Submarine, the TTRPG game store, and the dice I bought while I was there, I can write them off. Because I bought those specifically to make a video. It's business expense. Business expense over here. Ordered some cards from a system called Downcrawl because I wanted to have some super quick world building stuff like that. Ooh, I'll have to check Downcrawl out. Reminds me of Jay Swingler. He hired a full crane to move a pencil 2 inches and managed to make it a business expense as it was a YouTube video. What? I should say business expenses do not make it free. They save you like... I mean, it's a big chunk. It's like a third off. But still. When I say a third off, it's like, yeah, you just don't pay the taxes. You would pay an extra third to taxes, and you don't have to do that. I say that, the whole thing's so alien to me, I'm still trying to get used to it all. I'm probably way, way wrong. Jay Swingler? Train?
I'm basically trying to move a pencil with a crane, but only 3 centimeters. And I was wondering if it's something that you could help me with.
What the f*** are you on
about? I've never seen this game before.
Come on. Hurry up. Hurry up!
What some use his videos? What's his deal? Buying crane to move pencil 3 centimeters. Everyone is worried about him. He seems like a proper lad. Does he just do this to make it a business expense? Like, why is he doing it? I don't understand. Oh. You see my desk right now? Both 0 calories. No calories in either one of these cans. Hold on, I'm just gonna grab a glass of water. He's from Birmingham, that's enough of an explanation. Wow. Zombies are great. Alright, before I wrap up this stream, has anyone been watching any good TV series lately? Is anyone going to recommend some good TV? It can be anything, any genre. Be reality TV, it could be fantasy, it could be sci-fi. I've been watching the new series of Dexter, and it is fun. I highly recommend that. Best TV show I've seen all year. But yeah, I'm open to something new. When you first said Alien Earth, is that out now? Wait, is that the... That's not the animated Predator. No, it's Alien. That's out? Alien Earth. I was excited for that. What's the date today? Oh, are there 2 episodes out? New episode of Wednesday. It's on my list. It's on my list. I liked season 1. Oh, dude, I'm gonna be all over this Alien Earth, but I want more episodes to come out first. I want to binge watch it. If I manage to make it to September 2nd, then there'll be 5 episodes out, and that's a good binge. And then I can go week to week for the last 3 episodes. So up my street. I love me some sci-fi. Just started Dexter Original Sin, a prequel. The young actor for Dexter is nailing Michael C. Hall's mannerisms. Yep. I watched that as well. That is very, very good. Did you watch... You must have watched the original Dexter, right? Original Sin is fantastic. And yeah, the new Dexter Resurrection is like a return to form. You should watch Dexter Original Sin, then straight away watch Dexter Resurrection, because oh my god, it's so good, so good. And then there's the UK Love Is Blind, which I'm hate watching with my wife. Hate watching it, but I love it. I love reality TV shows in general, not because of the drama. I think I know that they're so... Production and editing is so manipulative, and I kind of watch it to see how they rip these people apart and like make enemies out of them, and like, because I just know that like what we're seeing is not what actually happened in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, Mike. Dude, I listened to my spleen and it told me to that guy. There's a guy in Love Is Blind who keeps saying how spiritual he is and how like he's different from other guys. He follows his spirituality is so important, and he keeps saying that he follows his spleen. And then all the women are like, "What do you mean follows your spleen?" And he's like, "Have you heard of like follow your gut or follow your heart?" And then everyone's like, "Yeah, those are like common. Yeah, I've heard of that." And he's like, "Well, I follow my spleen," is what I like to say. And it's like, dude, stop trying to make fetch happen. Stop trying to make follow my spleen happen. And he says it like probably 20 times over 3 episodes. It's way so... He's so odd. But you know, I guess I'm saying it now. So it works. He made spleen happen. I really hope they drop Bad Wolf, or I'll be furious. I really hope they drop Bad Wolf. Is that a Doctor Who thing? Oh, sorry, I didn't say. Billy Piper's in Wednesday? That's the new Doctor. Wednesday as a werewolf, and I think that must have been planned. Right. God, is Billy Piper coming back? I feel like she disappeared for a while. I guess she's back now. Yeah, I watched the original Dexter, but never finished. No, me neither. I got told not to finish it because it had a bad ending. I think we have very similar experiences there. Watched like until season 7 where stuff is happening. Yeah. But got spooked by Chris. Yes, Dennis, we're on the same wavelength, mate. We're on the same wavelength completely. You'll like especially if you like Original Sin, you'll like Resurrection for sure. Very addictive. I'm open to movies as well. We watched Superman again for the second time the other day. Dude, that's such a great... It's such a fun movie. Such a fun movie. Oh, well, here you go. I'm on IMDb now from before, and Superman's 7.4, which is crazy. I disagree, but fair enough. Dexter Resurrection, 9.2 stars. That's how good it is. Go watch it. I saw a rerun of Heroes the other day, and my word, was that a throwback. Did it hold up? Was it still good? First few season of original Heroes, phenomenal stuff. Phenomenal. I've not watched it since, but I remember loving it. Then I think it lost the plot a little bit. And then they had that awful spin-off called Heroes Reborn that did really bad. Wait, Alexander, what? There are some examples of what? I got quite the habit. Oh. Sorry, Twitch. I've been ignoring you. My thing's broken. I was looking at YouTube videos. What are the most annoying systems inside different TTRPGs? And didn't find anything. Even if I just ask about D&D. So maybe this is something you can investigate and cover. What are the most annoying systems inside different TTRPGs? Interesting. That feels like a lot of work of playing a ton of different TTRPGs, though. Oh, there is like a hell RPG that someone made. As in, it's hellish to play, and in terms of content. Yeah, I do like the idea of like just an absolute awful... Well, I think what I'm thinking of is a D&D on a bus. Leon, what is going on? Yeah, my Twitch chat stopped coming through on my main page, so I don't see it as much now. Superman was not for you. Rogue, I totally get it. It's silly. It's cartoony. It is. You've got to really suspend your disbelief. So, and it's kind of kooky. So I get it. But I loved it. I'm really excited for the DC universe moving forward. And I'm a big DC fan. I've always been more of a DC guy than like a Marvel guy. Lady B, what is going on? First time visitor and subscriber. Did I check out Matt Covell's Draw Steel yet? I have had very little interaction with Draw Steel so far. I want to watch content on it and stuff. Honestly, I'm kind of a little like I did I've lost all words. I got sent the Cosmic RPG, and I reviewed the Cosmic RPG and played that. Then I did the same with Daggerheart. And after that, I'm just like, I'm okay for learning a new system for a little bit. I just kind of like want to like take a step back. But I'll get to it eventually. D&D on a bus. I watched Love, Death, Robots. I've watched like a few episodes that interested me of Love, Death, Robots, but I've not watched all of them. Very impressive stuff. Alcatraz and Revolution. Dude, aren't those shows like 10 years old? Or like at least a long time ago. That should be like, oh, I'm so annoyed that they cancelled Firefly. I stopped watching DC because James Gunn didn't need to throw the bath out with the bathwater. He just needs to sort out the scripts. Oh, did you like the universe before? Like, you liked everything happening? Yeah, he did definitely delete that whole section. Boop. I feel the same. I wait for people to like you to make content on it. Yeah, I'm waiting for other people. I'm waiting for people like me to make content on it. It's a shame because I really love most of James Gunn's stuff, so I'm still interested to see where he goes with the universe. Yeah. I worry he's got, like, too many people putting too much on him, though. He's just a man after all. Like, he's made mediocre movies before. He can, like, it's possible that he makes mediocre stuff. But I like him a lot. I think he goes a little bit too immature at times with his humor. A little too, like, American toilet humor. Or just, like, weird creature monster humor. But apart from that, he's like the new Joss Whedon. He works with the same people. He's got, like, Alan Tudyk and Nathan Fillion in there. I'm a fan of him. Morning from New Zealand, running a session 0 for Daggerheart in 2 weeks. Can't decide if I want to use a pre-made campaign frame or make my own. Up to you. Honestly, I'm running the Witherwild campaign in my game right now, and I've kind of changed most of it. I don't think it's recognizable, except, like, the gods and, like, the cities and their names and stuff, but I've changed the world a lot. Yeah, the wounds are still fresh, Phil. Revolution was a show where, like, all electricity stopped working in the world, right? And it was like an apocalyptic world. DC needed DC needed a fresh start, I think. I think it did. It had been bogged down by too many bad decisions. But, like, I think the casting was always on point. I even liked Batfleck. I think Ben Affleck was a great Bruce Wayne. And his Batman, like, when you did see him fight. Like, there's this warehouse fight scene in Batman vs. Superman that I think is probably the only good scene in that movie, where he fights a bunch of people in a warehouse, and it is, like, the best Batman fight scene I've ever seen. It's phenomenal. Honestly, the amount of Batman movies was a bit much, but it was the scripts, not the actors, who were at fault. Yeah. He's making a comic book movie, not a comic book movie, if that makes sense. He pulls straight from the comics, hence why the drunk Supergirl. Dude, I'm so excited for the Supergirl. When Supergirl... Spoilers for Superman, by the way. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to spoil it in 3, 2, 1. It's a very, very tiny spoiler. When Supergirl just leaves the room and calls him bitch, I'm just like, yes. Give me more of this Supergirl. Yeah, I think The Flash really screwed over old DC. Not the movie, like the character. I think... what's his name? What's the actor's name who played him? I think he was a bad choice for The Flash. Or, like, the writing of his character was weird. Like, it was borderline offensive. I don't know, it was weird. I'm thinking of high fantasy high school campaign fame. Superbad meets Lord of the Rings, King of the... Nacho, that sounds freaking awesome. I'm still tempted to do it maybe next. I'm sure there'll be a campaign frame out by then when I do it, but if not, I'll make one. I want to do like a Hogwarts-style wizard school in Daggerheart, because all the domains are fundamentally like houses. You know, like it's like, it just feels like it's built for that kind of system way more than D&D ever was. And I would love to do a wizard school, or like a young adventurer school, so you can have like martial users as well in there, go into classes and stuff. And then every couple of sessions when they level up, they go up a year or something like that. It'd be so fun. But yeah, kicking it off with the players in detention. I know, like, that's such a great idea, Nacho, because I'm picturing Breakfast Club now. Like, there's just so much visual imagery already in my head that I just know it's going to be good. Sorry, Twitch. You guys talking about superhero stuff, and I wasn't there for it. Have I seen Secret Level on Amazon Prime? I have watched the good episodes. I've watched good episodes. I've not watched all of them. I need to watch the Pac-Man one still. I've heard that's weird. Check out the Corridor Cruise VFX reacts to the show's creator. Ooh, I will. Are people still going to see superhero movies? I've watched so many superhero movies recently. I watched Fantastic Four and Superman. I like superhero stuff, and I was tired of it 10 years ago. I say this in the nicest possible way, but you don't like superhero stuff anymore. Maybe not. That's harsh, I guess. You're just fatigued. But if someone's like, "Oh, I like superhero stuff, but I don't go watch it anymore," it's like, okay, well, you used to like superhero stuff. Endgame was the big last one for me. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine 1 and a Spider-Man crossover movie. Other than that, not much really. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the new Spider-Man movie as well. Thunderbolts was good, yeah. The Pac-Man one is so weird, but I really like it. Yeah, okay, I'm going to watch the Pac-Man Secret Level. I haven't even seen Breakfast Club. Armour, you should watch Breakfast Club. Honest to God. It's fantastic. I mean, it is old, but I think a lot of it will still hold up. You really want a Teen Titans film? Then over the years, have them grow up and become Nightwing, new Batman X. Watching what James Gunn is doing, I think this is the closest we'll get to like something like that. Session Zero is why are you in detention? You've always enjoyed the X-Men movies. Did you watch X-Men 97 on Disney Plus, the animated show? That's a good show. I like heroes in comics and even TV shows, but with more movies coming out, especially in the Marvel Universe, I've started to go off of superhero stuff. There's a chance that you guys just don't like bad superhero movies, you know? It's like the bad superhero movie fatigue. That being said, you enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy and Deadpool and Wolverine. Yeah. The new Superman movie reminds me a lot of Guardians. Obviously, it's like James Gunn as well. Do I like reading? You highly recommend Ready Player One. I like reading, but I'm a slow-ass reader. So I'm reading Way of Kings at the moment by Brendan Sanderson after the Cosmere RPG. I'm going to be reading that novel for like 2 years. I'm so slow. I like forget that I have it. But I like reading. It's just like takes me so long to get through one chapter. I don't know why. I just turn into the biggest Dumbo. I like go into my own mind and imagine every single little word and thing, and like I don't know. Going to the movies with zero expectations is the best. Even the Minecraft movie was enjoyable. Was it good? Hell nah. My weirdest meme-infested movie experience so far. I've not seen Minecraft yet. Also Godzilla and the Kong movies. It's great. The only spin-off superhero series I've watched, I should probably give Doctor Strange and Loki a watch though. Yeah, Loki is like good. I didn't love Loki. Like people seem to love Loki, the TV series. I thought it was okay. I'm highly critical of stuff like that. And you want to see Fantastic Four First Steps? It's good. Surprises me that you are a slow reader with all the reading of TTRPGs you get through. Dude, I'm slow. I think when I'm reading something to get information, I'm faster. But when I'm reading something to enjoy, I'm like slow. Like when I was reading the Cosmic RPG, I was like taking notes. I was like fully like this paragraph, no. School bullies are a fair mechanic. I love that. Yeah. You rolled with fear, your shirt's untucked, and now a teacher walks by and is telling you off for it. Just my skull? Seeing Jet Black and Jason Momoa straddle one another was not on my bingo card when watching the night. Spoilers! Spoilers! I think the Minecraft movie is going to be a really good airplane movie for me. I'm going to save it for an airplane. Chicken jockey. What is it? Through osmosis, I know stuff. Hold on. Leon, for me, the actors are main driving force behind watching stuff. I love Hugh Jackman, Tom Hiddleston, Holland, Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah. Marvel did well at getting, like, well-loved actors in there. I play games quite often. I tend to, like, play the same games over and over again now. But yeah, I'm a gamer. I would describe myself as a gamer. I'm a gamer and I'm a TV boy. TV boy? Mostly. Yeah, Jason Momoa is still in DC. He got through it. And James Gunn was saying that he would love Henry Cavill to be someone in this new world. And I'm like, Henry Cavill is not going to go back to DC. Oh, I don't want him to. Like, he should go to Marvel. He should be the new Wolverine. I think he was a really, like... I think he's a really good Wolverine. But he is, like, cursed a little bit. Oh, recommend away, Ringtail. I don't normally play puzzle games, but I would love to hear your recommendation. Hear me out. Henry Cavill as Captain Atom. Is Captain Atom the guy who makes himself real small? Is he the DC Ant-Man? I think what you do is you throw Henry Cavill into a comedy role. Have him like Booster Gold. Or like someone in the DC universe who is like a joke character a little bit. A bit of a fool. It's the it's Nuclear guy. Right. Yeah. Is that the guy who's covered in metal? The guy who's just like a nuclear explosion that's always going off? That guy? I do feel bad for Cavill. He has so much love and passion for the Source, he's always getting shut down by showrunners. I hope he really gets to do the stuff he wants to. Yeah. I feel bad for Cavill to an extent. He also gets to look like Henry Cavill and have the success that Henry Cavill has had. He wants for nothing in life. Like, I feel bad for Henry Cavill, but I feel worse for like a school teacher or like nurses, you know? Yeah, I mean, he's still Cavill, so let's be realistic here. Yeah. Let's put our pity where it really matters. Yeah. I feel bad for Henry Cavill's brothers. You seen those guys? He got all the looks. Nuclear guy, he's a jacked axe army soldier. I can imagine that. Yeah, it's a little feel bad. But like, without Henry Cavill, what would like Liam Hemsworth be doing? You know? Who else would he be picking the scraps up from? Liam Hemsworth, by the way, is the new Witcher actor. Thought I'd try to be a little bit funny and throw some shade at Liam Hemsworth, who's also fine in life. Cheeky boy. Liam's in chat. The real Liam Hemsworth is like, what you say about me? escape because he's so open. I left because fans wouldn't like it, as it's not honest to stuff. So yeah. Yeah, I think he had a really hard time on The Witcher. I do feel bad for him. I remember reading. I mean, we don't know how much of this is true. It's all mostly rumors and hearsay. But I remember reading an article saying that out of everyone on set, including writers, Henry Cavill would know the most about The Witcher at any given point. Like, he would be giving them notes, and it's just like, oh man. I did something. I had something similar on a show I worked on, which I can't really talk about, but it was a show that I was a huge fan of the franchise that the show was based on, and I was like the only person who had any interaction with this franchise developing this show, and I was like really low down, but I would be like, oh, actually that shouldn't be like that, and they'd be like, oh, okay, and that should be different. Oh, okay. They just didn't. People often don't know or care about the franchise that they're making a show of, because they're just like, well, we just want to make good shows and have to be like, you know, loyal to the source material. I'm like, yeah, but the source material is loved. It's well loved. Come on, if I'll share with the group. Nah. Vixie Bridge has had a development now. Love having toys, then I realised you're in Canada. What's Rickety Bridge? Oh, sorry. Rickety Bridge is the thing I created like an hour ago. I'm going senile, Alex. Barbacat, what's going on? That's crazy to me. Like, what are we doing? Let the man cook? I think he's talking about Henry Cavill. I'll never understand the need for producers to run shows to the ground for greed. Like, they would make more money if they actually cared, right? Yeah, I've been... Once again, I had no power. I was very low down in these rooms. I was like the equivalent of someone who just takes notes. But I've been in rooms with producers, and they kind of like... There'll be like 3 or 4 producers on a TV show. And they're all just like trying to ruin the fact that they exist. They're like, oh, what if we did this? And they'll put out ideas just so they can feel like they're doing something. Because the alternative is there's 4 producers in a room, and one of them makes all the decisions, and the other 3 just stay quiet. And then they didn't do anything. Then they feel useless. So they just throw stuff out there, and they just get into spats with each other. And it's just like, I'm banging my head on the wall, and I'm like, guys, just do what the franchise, like, do what the people want. It's very obvious. Never said that, of course, I'd get fired, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, these people are getting paid regardless. A lot of these people are getting... They obviously, they do want the show to be a success. But in the circles I was in, which is the VFX circles, and I would deal with, like, people coming in and giving notes and stuff who were actually producers on these shows. When a show fails, if The Witch gets cancelled, these producers just go work on a different show. You know? It's rare that you have someone who's like, probably what Henry Cavill was like, which was like, I want this to be a success. I need this show to be a success. For other people, it's like, oh yeah, I'm here, I'm getting a paycheck from this. Let's see if we can make it good. If not, cool. On to the next show. But what can be done? What can be done? I love watching producers get pooped on. Then the Fallout show is beautifully honest and gets... Yes, Fallout is phenomenal. Let's not talk about Borderlands. I almost worked on Borderlands. I think if I didn't get laid off, I would have been working on Borderlands. Like, I would have had my credits, my name in the credits, which would have been embarrassing. But yeah. And don't get me wrong, I've also worked with phenomenal people as well who do care and go all out. And it's they make good shows when they do that. It's not like this insane thing. It's like, it's a proven track record of people who like... And with a lot of the people I've worked with, they don't look at comics or read the books or play video games, because like TV is their life. So And I wouldn't blame them for coming in and not knowing anything about a franchise. But the best people I've worked with are like, oh, I went away over the weekend and I did all this research. And they get into it and they enjoy it. Acolyte was high art. Oh, we're not getting into the Acolyte debate because my devil's advocate kicks in and I'm like, well, technically, I think Acolyte was high art when it comes to the combat. Grand Admiral Hawk Tour. Good name. Solid name, sir. I did not realize I was starting a argument with such a high-ranking individual. I will stand by the fact that the Acolyte had some phenomenal lightsaber battles. I think the best in any Star Wars movie or show ever. I think so. We won't talk about the rest of it. We won't talk about the rest of it. I, for one, would have liked to have seen a second series. But the writing was appalling. The writing was bad. It got too much hate, Dennis. It shouldn't have got cancelled. It should have got a second season. They would have improved the writing. We would have got more combat. We would have got more Manny Jacinto, who's amazing. The bad guy was the best part of that. Yeah, Manny Jacinto was phenomenal. And you know what? The kind of world... It was fun. It was fun to see that era of Star Wars. It definitely wasn't perfect. I wish it didn't get so destroyed, though. There was definitely, like, another kind of, like, push. Like, people did not like the show for other reasons. Just because it wasn't, like, directed at them. They weren't a target audience. They made a Star Wars movie for teenage girls. A Star Wars show. For teenagers. And I think that's fine. Skeleton Crew Barbacat was very good. And I'll die on that hill. I think Skeleton Crew was fantastic. And it's funny when they make a bad show, it's everywhere. And then when they make a good show, no one's talking about it. Glockle, can you just say, please say away? Say away. Welcome to... Well, don't welcome him yet. Let's see what he says. No one says, can I just say, and then says a nice thing. I agree, Star Wars goodness. Yeah, I really liked Skeleton Crew. It was a lot of good fun. What was the planet called? What did the pirate robot always say? Ain't no... Oh, I can't remember. I'm walking into a wall. I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, no, I'm sure it's cool. Come on, Glockle, what are you saying? But Manny Jacinto is another person who I feel like is a little bit cursed. The bad guy from the Acolyte. Because he keeps getting, like, cut from things. Or, like, cancelled and things. And he's such a great actor. He's so good. Alright, guys. And my wife is coming home soon. And I'm supposed to be cleaning the house. You guys have stopped me this whole time. So, I'm gonna have to say goodbye. Exactly, people should praise the good stuff and not live in a hate spiral. The circle jerk can be straining on the mind. Yeah. It's so profitable to hate stuff. Like, there were people... When the Acolyte was coming out, there was, like, YouTubers who were putting out 2 videos a day about how bad the Acolyte was. 2 videos a day. And every video would get hundreds of thousands of views. And they must have... From the Acolyte, the one YouTuber I'm thinking of must have made... Just from that show, like, tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars from that show being bad. So, of course, he's, like, really gonna, like, push it and push it and push it. And then it just spreads around and everyone hates it. The amount of people I meet, they've even seen the Acolyte. They've either seen the Acolyte and think it's okay. Or, like, could have been better. Or they think it's the worst thing in the world and they haven't seen it at all. It's like, oh. I don't think Glockle's going to say anything. I think we've been hard. Over on Twitch. Say hi to the wife from me. Phil, have a great rest of your day and everyone else in the chats too. Yes. Thank you, Leon. You too. I am going to run, guys. I'm going to go find another TV show to watch. Maybe that Alien World. Alien Earth. Alien World. Yeah. I would give it 6. I would even give it a 5 out of 10. But people were like giving it 1 and 2 out of 10. It got absolutely... You know what? I'm leaving. I'm leaving, guys. But this is a good chat. I would love to talk about more of this in the future. But I'll get trapped here. Yeah. Thanks, everyone, for coming in, sticking around, hanging out. If you're on YouTube, hit the like button. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. And if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Did I hear Resident Alien? We'll talk about that next time, but I have a cat. I love Alan Tudyk. All right, guys. Catch you later. You've been awesome.